Hey there and welcome back again. Today in this video we are going to build expense tracker full stack application with the help of Next.js, React, Tailwind CSS and most important thing the Drizzle ORM. Let's walk through the application first. If you see, we have this beautiful simple landing page for our application where you can able to log in to your application. So we are going to provide a social authentication in order to log in inside our application. Once you log into our application, you will land on this beautiful dashboard. Here you will see all the analytics about your expenses. You can see the total budget, how much money you spent and number of budget you created. Here you will see this beautiful stack bar chart. Okay, I'm going to tell you how easily we can add this bar chart. Then below that you will see the latest expenses and on the right hand side you will see all the budgets. Now if I go to this budget section, here you will find all the options or all the budgets which you already created. Now you have option to create a new budget. Now over here you will find that we also integrated the emoji picker so that you can add a unique emoji for your unique budget. That sounds great, right? Once you create the budget will display over here without refreshing the screen. So with the help of Drizzle ORM, I am going to help you to set up this complete backend for our application, and for database we are going to use a Postgres SQL. And whatever content we are going to use in this particular course, it's completely free. Now if you want to add anything inside your budget, you can go to this particular budget, click on it and boom, you will find the budget detail. Here you have option to add an expense. Also you have option to edit this particular expense. Okay, you can change the budget size if you want, and immediately you will see the budget will get update. Here we will show the beautiful toast message and a lot of things going to happen here. Now if you want to add any new budget, you can just add. For example, for shopping, I say I buy a Nike shoes and which cost around $120. You can add this expense and boom, the expense get added and you will see this beautiful toast message as well. I'm going to teach you how easily we will add all of these components together to build this beautiful application. Now if you want to delete any of this latest expense, just click on it and then expense will get deleted. In order to delete the budget, you have option to delete budget, and obviously with before deleting any of the budget it will ask you for confirmation. So this kind of alert dialog box, I'm going to tell you how to add it inside our application. But not only this complete application is a responsive friendly. So depends on your screen size, this application will change the layout. See how quickly this application changed your layout of your application and nothing getting broke. Also inside the expenses you will see all the expenses which you added when you want to add something inside your expense tracker. And now if you see, as soon as we added anything, you will see this progress bar along with how much money you spent and how much is remaining. Everything is calculated behind the scene, and that's, guys, a very cool feature that we are providing. Now obviously whatever the budget you created, whatever the expenses you added, automatically it will reflect it on the dashboard. Here you will see on the hover of the bar chart, you will see the details of how much money you spent, what are the total amount for that given budget. Here you can modify the color scheme, everything I'm gonna tell you in this particular course. And as I told you, this complete course is a beginner friendly. If you are new to the React application, Next.js application, don't worry, because in this particular video I'm going to teach you everything from the basic, from starting from the creating the application to the deploy on the server. If you see, we deploy our application for a free so that you can share this application with your friends and family. So guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel yet, please do subscribe, like the video and press notification bell icon so you will not miss any video from me. And also, if you did not join my membership, please join so that you will get exclusive access to my all the courses and the source code on TubeGuruji.com. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop the expense tracker budget planner application. In order to create an React application, we are going to use Next.js. Next.js is one of the best React framework for the web application. If you go to this Next.js.org, this is the official website where you can see all the documents, the feature that Next.js provide. The most important thing about using the Next.js is the routing. Next.js provide a folder-based routing and which is quite efficient when you are implementing a big web application. So in order to create an application, this is the command line. So just copy this command, or you can access it by going to the get started and go to the installation. Here you will find this same command. Now open the folder where you want to create a project and open terminal at that folder. Here you just need to type npx create next app at latest. At latest means it will install the latest version of the Next.js. Click enter and say yes here, and then you need to give the project name. So in this case I'm gonna give expense tracker. Click enter. The next question they ask, would you like to use TypeScript? Say no. The ESLint, say no. Then Tailwind CSS, say yes. So once you create this Next.js application, the Tailwind CSS is already there. So by creating this next application, it will also install the Tailwind CSS for us. The source directory, say no, and the app router obviously we want, say yes, and then for allies, say no. And then if you see it installing some dependency like React, React DOM, Next, and some dev dependency like Post CSS and Tailwind CSS. Now if you see our project is get created. Now go to the VS Code, and inside the VS Code open the folder where you just created that particular project. So go to the documents. In this case I created inside the documents projects, and here you will see expense tracker. Click open and say yes, I trust the author, and you will see on the left hand side some of the files get added. Now let's talk about each of these files. Very first we have the app folder, and that's where we are going to add all of our files. The first thing we have the global.css, which is the CSS file. So whatever the CSS which you want to apply globally or throughout the application, you can mention it here. Then inside the layout.js, which is the layout for your application, and if you see here we have the metadata, which is quite helpful for the SEO purpose. Then this is the font which is applied for this application. Then we have the HTML and body tag, and inside this body tag we have the children. So whatever the pages which going to render, it will going to render inside these children. Okay, so inside this body tag, through the children, all the pages, all the component going to render through it. Then page.js, which is the default page for the application. Now once you run this application, you will see this page.js getting rendered. Next we have the node modules. So whatever the dependency we install, that packages will be inside this node modules folder. Now obviously we are not going to touch this node module at any time. Next we have the public folder in which we are going to store all our images, the fonts, or whatever the files which we want to store locally. Then this git ignore file, when we want to push any of our code, right, you can mention what are the folder which you want to ignore it, so you don't want to push it to the GitHub repo. Then we have the next.config.mjs file. This file helps us to add a configuration which is related to the Next.js application. Now once we start developing this particular application, you will get to know how and where we are going to use this next.config.mjs file. Then we have package.json and packet.json file. This packet.json file help us to provide the name of the application, the version along with the script to run this application. And here you will see the dependency which is installed for our application. So these are the dependency which is installed by default, and the dev dependency, and package.log.json file is helpful to maintain the version of the installed dependencies. Then we have postcss.config.mjs file and tailwind.config.js file, which is helpful for a Tailwind related configuration. Now here you will see inside the content section, the whatever folder name or folder path you gave, only in that folder only you will see that Tailwind CSS is applicable. If you want to add a Tailwind CSS in specific folder, you have to mention that one over here. Now let's go to the terminal, and here click new terminal. Here you will see the terminal get open. Now here you can run npm run dev, and then it will open the port 3000 on localhost. Now open this particular URL on your browser, and boom, you will see this is the default page getting rendered on this localhost 3000 port. Now I will put this side by side and let me walk through this particular page. So as I mentioned, inside the app folder, the page.js, which is the default page, going to render inside our application once you run the application very first time. And here you will see whatever the content you write, right, it is getting rendered over here. For example, let me clean this out, and here if I say subscribe to TubeGuruji, if I save it, you will see the change over here. See, okay, so whatever I type, it will immediately reflect on the screen. Okay, now obviously if you don't want anything, just clean everything, and let's put empty div, and inside that I'm gonna add h2 tag, and here I'm gonna say subscribe now, and then save it. Now you will see all the code is getting deleted, and only text the subscribe now is showing on the screen. Now if you see on the background that we have some gradient lines, okay, that's because inside the globals.css, inside the root class, we have this background added by default. Let's remove it and save it, and boom, you will see the plain background with the text showing on the screen. So that's how you can create application and run the application. Next, we're gonna install the ShadCN UI library. So just search ShadCN on Google, and here you will find this website called ui.shadcn.com, which is the Tailwind CSS popular library, and it has a lot of predefined component which will help us to develop the application much faster. Now in order to install it, go to this particular website and let's get started. Here on the left hand side you will see the section called installation. Now select the framework. You will see the ShadCN is compatible with a lot of different framework, as we are using Next.js, so select the Next.js, and here you will see some of the steps. Now obviously we already created the project, so we'll skip this step, and this is the command in order to install the ShadCN. So copy this command, go to your project, and inside the terminal let's stop the server and paste this command, click enter, and then it will ask you that would you like to use default theme or New York themes. Select the default. Here the base color I will select the neutral, and the CSS it will ask you, do you want to use CSS variable for a colors? Say yes, and then it will install the ShadCN. Now as soon as you install the ShadCN library, you will observe inside the root directory the two folders get added. One is the components. Okay, right now it's empty, but as soon as you install any of the component, you will see that component will get added inside this component folder. Then we have the library folder called lib, and obviously that also get created by ShadCN, and inside that we have the utils.js file. Obviously we are not going to touch to this particular folder as well. And the last we have the component.json file also get created. Here you will see the configuration related to the ShadCN. And the last, inside the tailwind.config.js file, you will see a bunch of code get added. So it has a colors defined along with the primary color, secondary color, and many of the things. obviously you can update on your own whatever the primary color and what the type of primary color you want. It's your choice, you can update it later on. Now open a terminal again. I will clean this and then run npm run dev. So once you run our application again, you will see nothing get changed. But now in order to install any of the components from the session, you will see inside the component section, you can select the component which you want to install. Let's say we want to install the button. So this is how the button will look like. Here you have a command to install the button component. Copy this command, go to your project, add a new terminal from here, and then paste this command. Now as soon as you install this particular component, right, inside, let me close this terminal, and inside the component folder the new UI folder get created, and inside that now we have the button.jsx file. Now this particular component get added by ShadCN. Okay, so obviously you will see there are different type of variants, the size and so on. It's up to you that you can also modify or customize this ShadCN component as well. Now in order to use in your application, right, you can just use the button, and you will see the button components now getting imported from @component/UI/button. That is nothing but from this particular folder. Now click enter, and inside that, for example, I will see subscribe button, and let's save it. Now here on this, in our application, you will see the subscribe button, and if you observe, you don't need to add anything, padding or background, anything, right? You will see that button on the screen. Also inside this button.js, we have some different type of variant, right? You can also provide some kind of variant over here. For example, if I say variant is equal to outline and save it, you will see that button get changed to outline only. And now the other example, you can find it to this documentation, that different type of button along with the icon and so on. Okay, so that's how you can install the ShadCN inside your project. Now one more important thing that we're gonna update in our application is a font. Now in order to add a custom font or your own choices font, you can add it from the Google. So let's go to this Google font and select the font which you want. Okay, and here you will find a bunch of different font. I mostly use this outfit font. So in order to use this outfit font, right, let's go to this layout.js from the app folder, and over here you will see the inter font is by default is added inside our application, and this font is getting added from the Google. Now in order to add your own font, I can add it like this. For example, if I want to use outfit, you can just type outfit and it will give you suggestion like outfit. Okay, now here you can define the outfit font like this. I will change the name of the constant, it's up to you, and I will replace it over here and then save it, and you will see the font now get changed immediately, and that this particular font is now applicable throughout the application. That's so cool, right? Now next thing, and to install the two important extension inside the VS Code. So here we have option called extension. Inside this one you have to install these two extension called ES7 plus React Redux snippet. Okay, this will help us to add a template, okay, within a couple of words that I'm going to tell you later in this course how to use it. And other is to add the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. This will give you, when you write a any Tailwind CSS classes, it will give you the suggestion. So that this is also very helpful. So guys, that's all for this particular section. If you have any question while setting up the project, let me know in the comment section. In this particular chapter, we are going to build a landing page for our application, and this landing page will keep it simple. So For this one, if you see, we have the header. On that one, we're gonna show the logo on the left hand side and the button on the right hand side. Now once user log into our application, obviously here we're gonna change this button with a user profile image. Then inside the hero section, we're gonna show a text, the bold text, and some tagline for a button in order to log into our application, and the below we're gonna show a dashboard. So first thing first, let's create a header first, and then we'll go to add a code for the hero section as well. So let's go to our application, and over here inside the page.js, which is our which will be our landing page. Okay, before that, inside the app folder, we're going to create a new folder, and we can call it as a underscore components. Now if you give the folder name something like dashboard, or you can say component, right, then this particular folder will be considered as a route. Let me show you how. So right now, if I create a new folder called dashboard, inside this dashboard I'm going to create a page.jsx file, and here with the help of the extension which we installed, you just need to type RFCE, which stand for React Functional Export Component. Click enter, and boom, you will see the template get added. Here you can rename the template. So here I will say dashboard, just rename, or you can add whatever text you want, and dashboard. Let's save this one. Now if I go to our application, and here if I search for the dashboard, you will see the dashboard text is showing on the screen. It means this route is ready. If you try to search, for example, /about, as this particular route is not available, and it will show the 404 error. Obviously, if you want to create a route name about, you need to create a new folder inside the app folder called about. Okay, but in order to avoid the, or you want to create a folder but you don't want to add a route, right, you want to avoid the route, so you can give the folder name start with the underscore components, or anything, not components, but you can say anything. So right now I want to add this component folder. I want to rename as a component folder, because whatever component we want to add on the home screen, I will keep inside this particular folder. Now inside this inside this component folder, I'm going to create a new file called header.jsx. Now add a default template, and let's save this one. Now obviously this header will be constant throughout the application, but as this is this particular header is for the home screen or a landing page, so we will add inside the page.js, and let me clean this code, and here we're gonna add the headers, not a header, but our name is header. And if you see this this particular header component get added from this particular path. Okay, make sure that you imported this header component and then save it. Here you will, if I go to this localhost 3000, you will see the text called header. Now this is a website called logo IPsum, where you can get the placeholder for the logo. So in this case, you can search a bunch of different logo. I will select this one, click on it, so it will copy the SVG file. Now let's go to the public folder. As I say that this public folder help where you can add all of your assets. Now click add new file, and I will create as a logo.svg, and then paste the code which you copied. This is just a placeholder. You can add your own logo as well. Now let's go to the header, and inside the header, let's display the logo first. So for that one, I'm going to use image. So import this image tag, okay, from the next/image, and here you need to give the source. Now you can directly access the images or assets from the public folder without giving the complete path. Here you can just write ./logo.svg. Here I'm gonna give alt tag as a logo. The width you can give, for example, 160. The height you can say 100. Let's save this one, and let's see. And if I go to our application, you will see the logo is showing on the screen. So for this div, I'm going to give class name and add some padding. So here we'll say padding of 5. Now this is a Tailwind CSS class, and if you hover on it, you will see the corresponding CSS property. So p5 means the padding 20 pixel. Now if I go here, you will see some padding get added to this header. Next, we want to add a button, so we'll add the button from the shadcn UI component. Make sure to import this, and then here we will say get started. Okay, and save it, and you will see the button also get added. Now we want this button on the right hand side, so let's first make the button on in one line. So here for this div I'm gonna make it a flex. Okay, so it will be in one line, see. And now we want on the right hand side, so just mark it as a justify between, and this is how it will look, see. Make sure to make item to be in the center, so both the things will be aligned vertically center. And that's all, the header is ready. Now you can even add some border or some shadow effect, and this is how it will look once you add the shadow. Let's add a shadow little bit lighter, so we'll say shadow small, and this is how it will look. Okay, now if I go to the inspect panel, and this will be a responsive, see. So on mobile, this is how it will look like. Now you can even change this mobile view to some other. So for example, you can select the iPhone 14 Pro and you can change the layout as well. So I hope you understand how we beautifully and easily added this header section. Now let's implement the hero section. So let's create a new component under the under components folder, and we can call it as a hero.jsx. Add the default template. Let's save this one and make sure to import that one inside the page.jss, which is our default page. So obviously we're gonna implement after the header, and here I'm gonna import the hero and then save it. Now you will see on the screen hero text is showing. Now let's go here inside the hero.jsx and let's implement it. Now in order to add the landing page, right, I'm going to use this hyper UI dev. Okay, it's a predefined pre-built component you will find on this one, and it's based on Tailwind CSS. So here you will find a bunch of different type of components. So for now, for this particular purpose, I'm going to use one component. Let me search it. So this banner component I'm going to use, and obviously I want to show my content like this on the landing page. You will see the different example, and there are a bunch of different options as well. So here click on this view, and here you can select the JSX and then copy. Also, just for the information, you will see the how this particular design will look like on the small screen, mobile view, medium, large and full. Okay, now once you copy this code, just paste it here and then save it. Now if I go to this our application, you will see the landing page with this particular text, right? Now obviously we can modify this according to our need. So here I will remove this line of code. Okay, also instead of showing this text in the red color, I want to change it to our own primary color. So here you can add your own primary color as well. So if I type the primary, right, we have the primary color already defined inside the tailwind.config.js file. Okay, now here you can change the default one with your existing one. So here I'm going to change this default primary color to my own. So in this case I will select this color and I will add the hexa code for the given color and then save it. Now you can type this text.primary, okay, and save it. Here you will see the change. Okay, same thing I'm going to do for these particular buttons as well. So whenever I see red, I will change this to primary. Let me move this down, and on hover again I will do something like blue. Let's add a blue and little darker, so, and save it. Okay, now you will see the change. Perfect. I will remove this learn more button from here and save everything. Now let's update this text. Okay, so if you see in our mockup, so this kind of text I will copy it and paste it here. Same thing, for the next text. So this particular code change you can update it, okay, according to your needs, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the beautiful landing page. Now below that I want to add the dashboard image. Okay, so for now I just downloaded from the Google or internet this particular dashboard.png file. Okay, obviously once we have our dashboard application ready, we will replace it with our own dashboard image. Okay, but for now below this particular div I will add that one. So here let's add image tag, the source, let's import image tag from, copy this from here, and then we'll say source. You can access it using dot slash dashboard.png. okay, let's give alt tag as a dashboard placeholder, you can say, or width I will give 1000 for now, and height let's get 700. Let's save this one and let's see how it looks. So right now we are getting error that dashboard.png if using image start with the slash. Okay, so let's remove this dot, let's save it, and now you will see this dashboard. Okay, let's bring it in the inside center. So first thing, let's add a class name, and here I'm going to give margin top to 5. We'll make rounded XL, and we'll add a border of 2. Okay, now for this particular section I will make it flex, item to be in the center, and make flex column. Now save it, and you will see it is inside the center now. Okay, and this how you can just simply add your own landing page. Obviously I don't want to spend much more time on this particular landing page, though that's the reason I will keep it simple. And now also you can just make sure that it is responsive, so on the smaller screen this is how it will look like. Okay, if you think you want to add more styling, you can add it. So for example, let's add margin top -5, so it will come up, let's say 9. Perfect, and I think that's good. In order to access the user dashboard, obviously user need to log in to our application, and in order to add an authentication inside our application, we are going to use a Clerk authentication service. With the help of Clerk, we're gonna add our authentication, and then once user log into our application, user can access the dashboard. So we are going to use a Clerk, and Clerk is one of the best authentication service provider in the market right now. Clerk is so popular that it has provided a lot of different feature and fully control on what you want to display and what type of authentication you want to add. So first thing, go to the link which is in the description and create a new account. The most important part about the Clerk is free to use. Okay, so up to 10,000 user per month, or active user per month you get for free. If you don't have an account, create a new account, and then let's go to the dashboard. Here you have option to create a new application. So I already have a bunch of application because in many of my tutorial or in project I use a Clerk because it's efficient, and you don't need to create the different customize login screen or sign up screen for you. Clerk is already taking care of that one. Now once you want to create a new application, give the application name. Here I'm gonna give for example, let's say expense manager, okay, or we can say expense tracker. Then here you will see the bunch of options like you can enable email login or Google login. You can also enable the Facebook login, and you will see a bunch of other options as well. On the right hand side you will see how it will look on the screen. Okay, you will see this in a moment. Now once you create an application, you will see it will jump to the dashboard. Okay, so here obviously you can change to any other application if you want. Now obviously it's taking some time to set up, okay, but in meantime what we are going to do, we are going to install the Clerk. Okay, so copy this command and go to your project. So open a terminal, click new terminal over here and install this Clerk inside your Next.js. The next step is to add this publisher key and the secret key inside your .env.local file. Okay, so we don't have that particular file, so go to the root directory, create new file and add .env.local. Here paste these two key and then save it. Next, this is the simple way that you can add the Clerk, okay, but we will see in that moment. So click on this continue to the Next.js guide and it will redirect you to the Next.js Clerk documentation. Okay, but before that there are some of the steps that we need to take care of. So first thing, we need to wrap our application inside this Clerk provider. So copy this Clerk provider, make sure that you install this Clerk Next.js SDK, and then let's go to the layout file. So layout.js file. Here I will wrap our application inside the Clerk provider like this. Make sure to import this Clerk provider as well and then save it. Next, you need to add this middleware.ts file. So copy this and then inside the root directory we need to create that particular file called middleware.ts. Let's say create that file and copy this content. So let's save it here like this and save it. Okay, now if I go to our application, okay, let's refresh this localhost 3000, you will see it get redirected to the sign in page. Okay, that's wonderful, but if you see the URL which is weird, right, it's not belong to our localhost 3000 URL, or it not belong to our domain. So because when you add your Clerk provider inside our application, the Clerk already redirect you to their own sign in or sign up page, right? But in this case we want our own sign up and sign in page. So here you can go to this continue to the Next.js doc where you can add your own sign up and sign in page. Okay, so we're going to follow this particular documentation now. So first thing, you need to create this particular path. So inside the app folder we need to add a sign up folder, then this particular folder, and then page.tsx file. So simplest way, just copy this particular part, okay, like this. Then go to your application and inside the app folder. Now for the authentication, I'm going to create a new folder and I will give a name, start with this bracket. Okay, again, when I give the name starting with the circular bracket, then it will not consider as a route. Okay, then inside that click on this plus new file icon and paste that complete path. Only thing that we need to change is JSX because we are not using TypeScript, so convert it into a JavaScript XML. Click enter and boom, if you see inside the auth, it's created a sign up page. Inside that it's created a sign up page and again the page.jsx file. Perfect. Next, copy this content and paste it here. Let's save this one. Same thing we need to do for a sign in. So copy this path, make sure you are inside the auth folder, click this plus file icon and make it JSX, save it, and obviously copy this content and paste it here. Let's save this one as well. Now you need to add this environment variable inside your .env.local file. So copy this one, go to your .env.local file and let me bring this down and paste it here. And next thing, we can visit to the localhost 3000 sign in. Okay, so let me go to the localhost 3000 and then now you will see it's showing the sign in page, but now it's showing on our own domain. Okay, now this is our own sign in and sign up page. Now before login to this page, right, let's redesign this page because like right now it's look little weird. So for that one I'm going to use hyper UI dev. Here just search for the auth forms, something like this. You will see this particular design, right? So we'll copy this one So go to the view, copy JSX, copy this one, and then I'm going to go, let's go to this sign in page.jsx. Here, wrap this and paste your code. Okay. Now obviously we need to add this sign in component. Before that, let me remove this comment. And then if you scroll down, where we have the form, right? Okay, I will remove this one and I will paste this sign in page. Okay, let's save it and let's see how it looks. So if you see how beautifully our sign in page will look like. Now obviously you can change this image, you can change the content, it's up to you. Okay, now another important thing I want to tell you right now, if you see the if you want to access the landing page, right, still it redirect me to the sign in page, and we don't want that particular behavior, because obviously user want to access the sign in the landing page without any authentication. So in order to add that particular or to avoid the authentication for the landing page, we have to add the public route inside the middleware. Okay, so go to this middleware.ts file. Inside here you need to add the public routes inside the auth middleware. Okay, here you can add it like this. For example, by default on a home screen, right, or default page, you don't want authentication, just mention here like this inside the public routes. Let's save it. And now let's, if I go back to our application, localhost 3000, boom, without authentication, now you can able to access it, right? But if you want to go to the dashboard page, which we already have, right, then it will ask you to the sign in page, and that is what we wanted. Okay, now let's log in with the Google, select the account, and then you will see it will redirect to the dashboard page. Okay, it means dashboard page is a protected route, and obviously in order to access the dashboard page, user need to sign in or to sign up to our account, okay, or to our application. So that's how you can add authentication. Now let me go back to our Clerk dashboard. Okay, and inside the home, if you see, now one user is sign up. Okay, so that's the reason it's showing under here. Obviously you can see all the users inside this user section. Then they have a new feature that they added called organization. Okay, and if you want to know more about the organization feature, then please let me know in the comment section. Then inside the user and authentication, here you will see that we have the email and phone username sign in method, where you can have a different option to enable it. Okay, then for social connection, you will see you can enable all other social authentication. Is up to you, you can disable if you don't want it. Okay, then we have web3 enterprise connection, multi-factor authentication as well. You can even restrict, depends on the domain name. Okay, we have the block list as well, and there are a lot of different features you will see. Also we have one option called customization. Here you can add the logo, the icon, okay, for your branding. So when you see the login page, you will see your logo over there. Even you can change this avatar. You will see the email invitation, how you want to send. You can change this design and all of these things. Okay, there are a lot of different features, you will find it. Now under the developer section, you will see the API key, the path. You can even connect your own domain as well, and everything is free. Okay, so give a try, guys. The link is in the description, and you will find the Clerk very helpful for your application, and the most important thing is easy to use. Now once you add the login to our application, right, Clerk is also provide a very important and powerful component called user button. So let's go to the dashboard page, where right now we are showing the dashboard, right, and over here you can add the user button like this. For example, if I add user button, so it's not getting imported, so we need to import it. User, let me copy this one, I just paste it here like this, and then save it. And now you will see this particular user profile who log into our account, along with this beautiful option to manage account and sign out. Okay, now if I go to the local host 3000, here we want to show that particular button once user sign in with our account, right? So let's go to the header, and here we have this button called get started, right? So obviously we need to show user profile icon if user is login, and if not, then we can show the get started button. So in order to know whether user is signed in or not, we have one hook called use user. So here we'll define user first is equal to use user. Okay, now this particular hook we need to import from the Clerk/Next.js, and here we have option called user, then is sign in as well. Okay, so inside the user you will get the user information, and is sign in, it will return true or false depend on the user is sign in or not. So now here I will add is sign in. If user is sign in, then I'm going to show that user button. Let me add this button over here, and if it's not, then I'm going to show the get started button like this and save it. Now if I go back to our application, so right now as we are using use user hook, we have to make this particular component as a client, use client. Okay, let's save this one, and if you see, now you have this user profile icon. Okay, another thing, that when user click on this button called get started, right, we need to redirect it to a sign in page. So simply I will wrap this button inside a link, and if you see, I don't know why, but not getting suggestion. Let me import link from next/link. I think we need to remove this one. Perfect. And over here we need to define hrefs and close the tag like this. Okay, and inside the hrefs you need to give the path. So in this case we need to navigate to sign in page, so which is inside this sign in, right? So it will navigate to the sign in page. So let me show you. So for example, let's sign out. Okay, and here I will go to the localhost 3000. If you see right now, the get started button is showing. If I click on this one, see, it navigated to sign in page. Same thing we will gonna implement this particular link for our inside our hero section when we have the get started button, right? So let me, we already have hrefs. Let's add a sign in like this, and let's see. Boom, see. Okay, now here we'll say continue with Google, click on it, and then it will, you will see the user is login and showing the profile image. Perfect. Now here obviously you can even access the dashboard page as well. So that's how you can add authentication inside your application with the help of Clerk. Now let's implement the dashboard. If you see on the screen, we have the side navigation bar on the dashboard, where this side navigation will be constant throughout this dashboard UI. On that sideboard, we have this logo, then some option like dashboard, budget, expense, upgrade, and profile. And also we have the header at the top. This header and the side navigation will be constant throughout the application. Only thing is going to change is this particular content. So whatever the page we're gonna route, it will only affect on this particular space, and this side navigation and the header will be constant. Okay, so let's go back to our application. Let's close all of this tab first, and inside this app folder, right, we already have the dashboard. And now if I go to our application and if I enter /dashboard, you will see it's jumped to the dashboard, correct? But here for the file management purpose, right, for the organization purpose, I'm going to add a new file over here, and we can call it as a routes. Okay, so all the routes regarding dashboard will keep inside this folder. So now I will put this dashboard inside this routes. Let's say move, and now if you see inside route, we have the dashboard. Okay, now inside dashboard we already rendering page.js, but I will also add layout.jsx file. Okay, Now add the default template, and here we can say, for example, dashboard layout. Okay, so this layout is nothing but dashboard layout, and on where we can add side navigation and header, which will be the fix on the screen. Right here I'm going to render the children. Obviously here you have to replace with the children like this. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our dashboard, if you see, nothing get changed. Okay, perfect. Now inside the dashboard, again I'm going to create a new component called underscore component folder. Inside this folder I will add SideNav.jsx file. Okay, and this will be our side navigation. Let's save this one, and now let's go to the layout.jsx file. So first thing, let's add one div, and inside that I will add SideNav. Okay, then I will add one more div, and inside that I will put the children like this and save it. Right now if you see the side navigation, the first is side navigation showing, and then this particular dashboard. Okay, let me do one thing. So inside the dashboard, which is we are right now showing button, I will add a text called dashboard. Okay, and save it. Now if you see, first the side navigation dashboard, but we want the layout like this, the side navigation bar and then dashboard. So in order to do that, let me go here. We can make this class name, okay, for this side navigation as a fix. And as soon as I make this as a fix, you will see it's overlapping the dashboard and the side navigation bar. Right now here, when the screen size is medium, we can give width of 64, and when it is the width is smaller, then I will hide this one, and obviously when screen size is medium, we'll make it block. Okay, now you will see the change. If I refresh it, okay, nothing get changed right now, because we also make sure that we will give margin to these children. So class name margin left to 64 only when the screen size is medium. Okay, now another thing, just for your information, I will add the background red 100, and for this one I will add background green. Okay, and save it. Now let's go to the screen, and if you see, now we have the side nav and dashboard. For side navigation, we are assigning this much space, which is with 64, and the remaining for the dashboard. Right now for this side navigation, we'll give the full screen height. So go to the SideNav bar, and let's add a class name. We'll say height to screen, and boom. See, now obviously when this if I put the screen smaller, right, like this, see, right, the side navigation bar hiding, and when the screen size is medium or larger, then we are able to see side navigation bar. That is expected. Next, let's implement the SideNav. So first thing, I want to show the image, which is the logo obviously. So let's add image. I don't know why it's not getting, I'm not getting suggestion. Let me put the image from the header. Sometimes the VS Code act very awkward, weird. So here we'll add a source. So here I will say logo.svg, and here I'm going to use alt tag as a logo. Width I'm going to give 160, height let's give 100, and save it. Now if you see, we have the logo. Let's put some padding. So here I'm going to add a padding of 10. Let's see how it looks. Let's add padding of 5 only. Okay, and obviously I'm gonna remove, let me go to our layout, this particular background. Okay, and let's save this one, and for this side navigation I'm gonna add a border. Let's add shadow small. Perfect. See, now we have the proper border to this one. Okay, now after this one I want to show all the menu options. So for that one, let's go here and let's add a menu list. So we will say constant menu list, and this menu list obviously we will iterate it. Okay, so let's do that. So we'll say id1, name we'll say first dashboard, and the icon we'll say. Now this icon you can import it directly. So when we install the SADCN, right, there is one library, icon library, which is called Lucid. It also get installed. Okay, now if I go to this package.json file, right, you will see the Lucid React library also installed when we install the SADCN. Okay, so this library is very rich, and you find a ton of icons over here. Okay, and very easy to use it. So for example, for the dashboard, you want to add any icon, right, you just need to type layout. Okay, so again, I don't know why I'm not getting suggestion, but here if I type layout grid, right, you can import that icon. So we'll say layout grid from, and just need to type Lucid React. So Lucid React, see, like this, and this layout grid will add. Next we'll add id2, we'll add a name, and we'll say budgets. And for the budget, I'm gonna add icon. We'll say piggy bank. So this icon I will add it here. So here I'm adding couple of more options, okay, along with the icon. Now let's iterate this all the icons. So after this image, I'm going to add one div, and inside this div, let's add a h2 tag. Okay, but before that, let me iterate this menu list dot map. Here we'll say menu comma item, or sorry, index, and then the arrow function. Now over here I will just use the h2 tag, and inside this h2 tag I'm going to add the name of the menu. So menu dot name. Okay, let's save this one and let's see. So, and now if you see over here, you have the options. Along with that one, let me bring this down. We need to add icon. So for icon, if you see, we have this icon over here for the icon field, right? So you can just access, because this is a component, you can access using menu dot icon, and this will be the component. Okay, so let's save this one and let's see. And if you see, we have all the icon. Now apply some styling. So for this h2 tag, I'm going to add a class name. Here we'll say flex gap of 2. We'll make item to be in the center. I will make the text of gray color, so gray 500. If you see, we have all the option, okay, along with the how lighter or darker you want. Then I will make the font medium, so you can select the font medium type, and let's save this one. And if you see, this is how it get changed. Obviously we're gonna add some padding, so add a padding of 5. I will add cursor pointer, okay, and rounded MD. So if you see, now we have these beautiful options. For this particular div, I'm going to add margin top to 5, and also now in order to hover on the particular menu, right, I'm going to change the text to be primary, and then again on hover I will change the background to be blue 100. Okay, let me show you how it looks. So if I hover on this one, you'll see the beautiful background get changed immediately as soon as I hover on any of these items. Okay, and that's how our beautiful menu or side navigation is ready. Okay, and next I want to show the user profile icon over here. So simply I'm going to add one div. Inside that I'm going to add a user button like this, and then a user button from the expo. Make sure that we have this user button imported from the Clerk, not expo, sorry. And then after that I will say profile. Okay, if I go here, you will see the profile is coming. Now obviously we want that in to the bottom, so here I will add a class name. We'll make it fix at the bottom, and for bottom I will give bottom 10. So this is how it will look like. Also we'll add a padding of 5, make it flex, and give gap of 2. See, like this. Okay, also I will make item to be in the center, so it will be vertically center. Perfect. If you think you want to change the color similar like this, you can add that one. Okay, so I will keep as it is, and let's save this one. Obviously if I click on this one, you will see this beautiful menu option where you can manage the account, You can see all the history when you log into the account, from which device you log in, and everything you will find on this. Obviously this is provided by Clerk only. Now our side navigation bar is ready. Now let's implement the header for the application. So let's create a new component under the component folder, and then we can call it as a dashboard header.jsx, because we already have one header, right? Here I will add the default template. Let's save this one, and inside the layout.jsx file I will add that about the children. So we'll just add dashboard header. Okay, let's save it and make sure that you are getting dashboard header. Now obviously I will remove this background green color. That was just for the understanding purpose. Now let's go to the dashboard header. Here I will add a class name. First let's add a padding of 5. Then I will add some shadow effect to small. We'll also add a border. Let's see how it looks. Something like this. Let's add a border to the bottom only. So we'll say border bottom. That's all. See. Now on the right hand side we want to show the user profile. So let's add it here. Now inside this one, let's add a 2 div. Okay, so in this first div we can add the search bar. Okay, and other div we will add the user button like this. Okay, now let's make it flex, and we make justify between. If I go here, you will see the search bar. Obviously if you want you can keep it, and on the right hand side you have the profile icon. Now we want this fixed, so let's make it fixed and let's see. Obviously we need to make the width to be full. Let me check how it looks. So it went out of the screen. Let's remove this one, and for now we'll just make it flex. If needed we can update it later on. Okay, so that's how our header is ready. Obviously you can add the search bar if you want. Right now I don't want the search bar on the screen, so I will keep as it is. Here right now, if the dashboard user is on the dashboard, then we have to make sure the dashboard is get selected. When user is on the budget, then we have to make sure the budget menu is active one. So let's implement that one. So first thing, for this menu list I'm going to add one more variable called path, and here we'll say dashboard / dashboard only. Same thing I'm going to do for all other over here and over here. Obviously the path for this budget will be the budget dashboard / budget. For this one we'll say expenses, and here we'll say upgrade. Okay, let's save this one. Now in order to get to know which is the means user is on which route or path, so for that one Next.js has one hook called constant. Here we'll define the search params is equal to use, not search param, but which I think it's called, let's say params for now, and here we'll call use path name. Now let me show you what is inside this path name. Okay, so we'll just use it consolidate that one. So we'll console.log and we'll say, here we'll say path only and path. Let's save this one. Let's go back to inspect panel, go to the console, and here you will see the dashboard. See, let me clean and refresh it, and right now on the top, I don't know why it's not showing sometimes. But as we are on the path dashboard, but actually it's showing the path name dashboard. I don't know why it's not consoling. Maybe we need to add a path over here. Okay, that's fine. But now once we have the path over here, right, we can add a dynamic styling over here for this h2 tag. So let's wrap this class name inside the curly braces and add this quote. I will remove this single quote, and inside this I will add $sign. Here we'll say path is matches with the menu dot path. Okay, and then we'll add a condition. Here we'll simply add text to be primary and background blue, maybe say 100, and save it. Now if you see, let me refresh the screen and you will see the dashboard is active. If I go to the budget, if I type dashboard/budget, you will see the budget. Okay, so budget is not active because we give the incorrect path name, that is called budgets. And now if you see, budget is active. Perfect. Also on the click of menu, we have to make sure it will navigate. So we'll wrap this inside the link tag. From the next link, here we give h reference and we'll add item menu dot path. Okay, and it will navigate to that particular path. Let me wrap this like this. Let's save this one and refresh the screen. Now if I go to the dashboard, it will go dashboard. If I click on budget, it will go to the budget. Okay, so that's how you can navigate from one page to another through this side navigation bar as well. You can give some space between these two items. So simply I'm gonna add margin bottom to 2, so we have some space like this. Perfect. So in this section we are going to set up the backend, but before that let's understand how and what we are going to use for the backend. So for example, on the dashboard we need information, right? And obviously for the database purpose we are going to use Postgres SQL, but in between that we are going to use ORM called Drizzle, which is very popular ORM right now in the market, and it's kind of alternative to the Prisma. So once you make a request to the Drizzle ORM has their own kind of query. Okay, and then it will make a request to Postgres SQL, and then it will return data to the ORM, and then ORM will return data to our dashboard. It's very simple and very easy to configure as well. So first thing, let's go to this Drizzle ORM site. Okay, I will put the link is in the description so you can access it, and here you will see all the things, features which ORM is providing. Go to the documentation, and inside the documentation search for the Postgres SQL, as we are using Postgres database for our application. Now these are the some of the services or companies who provide a Postgres SQL for a free. Okay, so you can use that database. It's a serverless, so very easy. You don't need to maintain anything or don't need to buy it. So first thing, if you see Neon, we are going to use a Neon Postgres SQL database. So let's go to this neon.tech, and they provide a serverless Postgres SQL database. So it's completely free to use, so it will give you the half GB of storage, which is more than sufficient for the any developer. Okay, you don't need to do anything, just make sure to log in to the account. Okay, but before that let's jump back to the Drizzle and make sure to install these two dependencies. So copy this two dependency, go to your project, and inside the terminal I will add new terminal and paste it here. Okay, so obviously I'm going to install two at a time, so that's fine. If you scroll down right here, this is the simple configuration that they did it. Okay, so just copy these two lines because this is the example that how to fetch data, right? But we don't want to do that right now. So copy these two lines, go to your project, and then let me close this one. Inside the root directory I'm going to create a new directory, and I'm going to call it as a utils. Okay, inside that I'm going to add a new file, and we can call it as a dbconfig.jsx. okay, and then paste these two lines like this. Now over here, if you see, we want a Drizzle database URL. Okay, but right now we don't have the URL. So for that one, in order to get a database URL, let's go to the Neon and then create a new account. Okay, so I already have an account, so I just log in, and you will see the dashboard where you can create a new project if you don't have. And I already have project, so I will go in the existing project, and you will see a bunch of different options over here. Okay, but let's focus to our database. So let's go to the database. If you see, I already have one database, but I will create a new database over here, and let's add the name of the database. So I will say expense tracker. Here you can keep the account owner as account, and let's say create. Now if you see, our expense tracker database is created. Okay, now inside the table you will see all the tables over here. Okay, as you can select your own database, and right now we don't have any table. Now let's go to the dashboard again, and here we have the connection details. Okay, now select the appropriate database from here. So in this case is expense tracker, so I will select the expense tracker, and then copy this connection string. Okay, this is the connection string that we want, so copy this one. Now let's go to the .env.local file. Here I'm gonna add Postgres database. I will just say database URL, simply database URL, and then paste that database URL which you copied. Okay, now copy this one and make sure here I will just remove. We'll add process.env, .env dot that particular URL, and that's all. That's what you have to do. Now our db config file is ready. Next thing, let's go back to the our documentation again, and here you find a bunch of different options. Now if you don't want to use any service like Neon or Jack Data, you can use your own Postgres SQL using this HTTP proxy. So if you go to the HTTP proxy, here you can need to set your own server obviously, and then you can add the connection string, whatever the connection string you have for your database. Now next we need to configure a Drizzle. So go to this Drizzle kit. Okay, and as you know that we already installed the Drizzle kit. Okay, so if you see over here, yeah, we already installed the Drizzle kit as well, so you don't need to install it again. Now this Drizzle kit is very helpful when you want to fetch data with their own query. Okay, now if you scroll down little bit, here you will see the configuration section where you can add the configuration. So right now we are using JavaScript, so I will select the second one and then copy everything as it is. Now obviously over here you need to create a new file called drizzle.config.js file. So inside the root directory, I'm going to add a new file. We'll call it as a drizzle.config.js. Okay, like this, and then paste this particular line of code. Now here obviously we don't have schema yet, so we'll add a schema in a moment, but we have the DB credential, and over here you need to add the connection string which we refer over here. Okay, so I will copy this process.environment.database URL, and same thing you have to paste it here like this. Okay, and at the last you can just write satisfy config. Okay, so this config we need to import from the Drizzle kit. Okay, make sure to add the config from the Drizzle kit. Okay, let me import it manually, so I will just import it here. It's already there. I don't know why it's not getting imported properly, so import type, say config, and config from Drizzle kit. Okay, like this. Okay, so my bad, actually we don't need this config because we already using JavaScript. Okay, so we don't need that one. Okay, and I think we are good now. Now we need to add a schema. Okay, so inside the utils folder I'm going to create a new file called schema.jsx. okay, and inside this one you can add your own schema. So here let's go to this document and go to the schema, manage schema overview. Right here you will here it's explained how to use how to add a schema. Okay, so basically as I told you earlier, right, you can use a Postgres SQL, MySQL or SQLite with the Drizzle. Okay, so it's means it provide Postgres SQL database as well, or MySQL or SQLite too. So first thing you need to do is to add this schema. Now if you face any issue while adding schema, you can refer always from here. But let's go back to our application, and inside this schema file we will add our own schema. So let's add export constant for the budgets schema. Okay, so here I will say budgets, then you have to write pg table, which is correspond to Postgres SQL table, and if you see it's importing from the Drizzle ORM. Then enter this one, and inside here you need to provide the database name. So I will say budgets. Then inside the curly braces you have to provide the column name. So first thing I will add id. Okay, so the id will be a serial which is importing from the pg core. Okay, now here is thing, as id will be auto increment, so you have to provide serial and then provide the table name, sorry, the column name, and then you have to mention as it as a primary key. Then we provide the name. Again, name is of type varchar. Make sure you are inputting from the pg core. Okay, and then you have to give the name of the column, which is name, and here you can say not null. Now here you will obviously have all the types and indexes and how to add that all the column and column type. You can refer always this document. Now after that we'll add amount column. We'll say varchar, we'll say amount, and also this is not null column. Next we'll add an icon. So this icon will hold because in our application we're gonna add icons. Okay, obviously I will let you know how to use that one. So this icon will be a varchar and type icon, so it might be a null, so we'll keep as it is. And the last is created by. Okay, so this created by will be the user's email, so just we'll simply add a varchar and then we'll give the name created by. Okay, like this. And obviously we need to add not null column to this one as well. Now obviously here you will, if you see right, you will get a bunch of different icon. If I do control space, you will get a different icon, the reference, unique, array. Okay, you can make it unique as well if you want. Now our budget schema is ready. Let's save this one, and then let's go to the config.js. After this SQL you have to write schema like this. Okay, so we have to provide to this Drizzle that okay, this is the schema which you need to access it. And inside the drizzle.config.js file, if I go over here, but before that let me import this schema. Okay, so let's import manually. So we'll say import star as schema from, and then give the path. So in this case is schema, and save it. Inside the Drizzle as well you have to give the complete path over here. So in this case we'll /utils /schema.js and then save it. Now the last part is, if I go to this package.json file, here we need to add two important scripts. One is to update our database, so for that one we'll say db push, and for that one we have this command called npx drizzle kit /push and our database which is Postgres. And for the studio, so studio is nothing but that you can actually access your data, you can add that data as well. Okay, so obviously I'm gonna tell you how to use that one. So here right now just type db studio, and for that one the command is npx drizzle kit, then we'll say studio. Okay, and then save it. Now let's go here and let's clear everything, and now we will just type npm run db push. Okay, click enter, and right now if you see we got error that either connection string or host or database is required for the database connection. So sometimes if I go to this sub of the connection right here, you need to sometimes the process dot means this variable is not accessible from the environment variable. So for now what you can do, just copy this URL and then paste it here. Okay, and same thing I'm going to add for DB. So over here as well, let's put it here simply. Okay, let me close all of this tab for now. Let's clear everything and then again run this npm run db push. Okay, and now if you see, it's saying the changes are applied. Okay, now if I go to this neon, okay, and go to the database, go to the tables, and here make sure to select the expense tracker, and here you will see the budget, and under the budget these are the column get added into your table. Perfect, right? Now the next thing we need to do is to run the studio. Okay, so you just need to type npm run db studio. Okay, and then click enter. So it's saying that studio is in beta, so we have some error. Is saying the please install required package called pg. Okay, so just type npm I pg. So it's a dev dependency, so we'll say -d and pg. So click enter and then run studio. And now if you see, our Drizzle studio is up and running on this particular URL. So open this URL. So I will open this URL inside the browser, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful studio. If I select the table called budget, and here right now we don't have any data, but you can add some data. For example, if I add some data like this, see, created by, you can put the null if you want. Okay, and then click save change. Okay, so you cannot put the created by and some id we want. Okay, and let's save the change, and if you see, the new record get added. Okay, so this is nothing but the Drizzle studio, where you can manage your data, you can view the data, whatever data you added, all of the table and everything. Not only that, but you will see these two options called Drizzle runner, where you can actually run the query. Along with, you can even run the SQL statement as well. Okay, and whatever the schema you wrote inside your schema file, you will see that schema over here. So that's how you can set up your Drizzle studio. Now obviously throughout the application, you're gonna learn how to add data, or how to delete data, how to edit data, and lot of crude operation along with the Drizzle ORM. So guys, please stay tuned, and if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, as we completed our backend setup. Now next thing, we're gonna learn how to use that Drizzle ORM and the Postgres SQL along with our application. Here we define this database URL. Okay, but as we are using in the Next.js, here we need to write like this. Okay, and then we will use this complete variable name inside this hard-coded db config. So I will replace this with process.env dot this URL, and same thing I'm gonna copy and use it inside this Drizzle config as well, like this. Okay, and save it. So make sure to update this so that you will not expose your database URL with any other. Now once user land on the dashboard, right, we're gonna check if user is already created any budget or not. If user don't created any budget before, it means user came on our dashboard first time. Then we will redirect user to the budget screen, where we have option to create budget from there. Otherwise, you can access any page from the dashboard. Okay, but we have to make sure that at least one budget is created by the user. So right now, we only have the dashboard route. So let's create a new route called budgets. So inside the expense tracker application, inside the dashboard folder, right, we're gonna create a new folder, and we can call it as a budgets. Inside this budget, I'm going to create a new file called page.jsx, add the default template, and then we'll add budget like this. Let's save this one, and now if I go to the dashboard /budget, it will it's supposed to be budgets. So let's enter budgets, and if you see, our navigation and header is still constant. Only thing is getting changed is this budget, only this particular component. Okay, Perfect. Now let's go back to our application, and inside the layout.js, where we can check whether user is already budget created or not, right? So first thing, we need to make this component as use client, and from our database, which is this is the studio, right, where we can refer. So from this one we can check if that user has any of the budget created or not, right? So first thing, let's add a constant. We'll check user budgets, and then we can add a condition over here. So first thing, constant result is equal to await, and then we can refer the database. So in order to get the database reference over here, inside the db-config.js, make sure to export this constant db. Let's save this one so that you can use over here. Okay, so now if you see, you can import it from @utils db-config. Then we have option called select, because we want to select the data. Dot from, inside the from you need to give the name of the schema. Okay, so this is very simple. That's the reason with the help of Drizzle ORM, you don't need to give a table name. You can give the schema name directly. So in this case, we'll say budgets, and you can import this budget from this util schema. And here we need to add a condition. Okay, so we'll add a condition called where, and we'll say equal to, and then we need to add a column name which is created by. So you can just write like this, budget dot, and you will get the suggestion created by, and here you need to provide the user's email. Also we are using await, so make this as a async. And in order to get the user information, you can get using constant user is equal to use user hook. Now from this one you will get the user information, and here you will pass user email. So user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, and that's all. Now here I will write the console.log and the result. Okay, obviously we need to call this particular method inside the use effect, and we can call it here like this, and that's all. Okay, so whenever we have the user information, then only we'll execute this use effect. Now obviously use effect will execute whenever the component get at very first time, and obviously if you did not pass any array or something like this, then it will execute infinite time. So make sure you will pass empty array in order to execute this use effect once, or if you want to execute this use effect at certain condition or some value change, then you can pass it like this. Now everything looks good. Let's save this one and let's go back to our application. So we have error that is saying the equal is not defined. So make sure to import this equal from the Drizzle ORM. Okay, like this, and then save it. Now if I go to the inspect panel, because we are just consoling, and if I go to the console, let me refresh this once, and right now if you see, we got the empty array. Okay, and obviously length is 0, so it means the user did not created any, or he did not have any budget. So here we can write condition if result dot, say dot length is equal to 0, then we should redirect to the budget page. Now in order to programmatically redirect, we need to define constant router is equal to use router like this, and then you can just type router dot push. Okay, you can write replace as well, so just type replace, and here you need to pass the route, which is dashboard slash budget. Okay, and then save it. Now let's try this out. So if you are jumping to the dashboard and click enter, then it redirect to the budget page. See, okay, let's try it again. So I'm on dashboard page, let's click enter, but immediately it's jumped to the budget page, and that's what we wanted. Okay, so that's how you can check whether the user already has budget created or not. If not, then we will simply redirect it to the budget page, where we are giving option to create a new budget. Now in this section, we are going to create a budget screen where user can create a new budget and also can see the existing budget which he already created. So if you see on the screen, this is the budget screen prototype where user have option to create a new budget, and along with that we're gonna give option to display the all the budgets. And once user click on this create new budget, we're gonna show the pop-up message, means pop-up window, or we can call it as a dialog, where we can have an option to select the icon, enter the budget name, amount, and once user click on create budget button, then we want to save this information in our database. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and inside this budget page I'm going to create a new component called underscore components, and inside that I'm going to add a new file called budget list.jsx. now add the default template and save it. Now in order to create this create new budget component, right, I'm going to add a new file, but inside this let's add in the same component folder, and we can call it as a create budget.jsx and add the default template. Now this budget list we need to add inside the budget page. So here simply I'm going to add a budget list component. Over here I'm going to give h2 tag, we will say my budgets. Let's add a class name, we'll make font bold, text 3xl, and for this div I'm going to give class name padding of 10. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the text my budgets. Next, inside the budget list, obviously I'm going to add this create budget component for now and save it, and you will see the create budget. Now let's go to this create budget component and let's start adding that particular layout. So over here I will add one div, and inside that let's add a h2 tag. So first thing I will add plus sign, I will add one more h2 tag, and here I will say create new budget. For this h2 tag I will add a class name, we'll say text 3xl and save it. So right now this is how it will look. Now let's add a class name, we'll make background slate, color of 100, padding of 10, we'll add rounded corner MD, then item, make item to be in the center. Okay, make it flex column, and let's add border of 2. Perfect. Now you can add even dotted border. Here you just need to write border and of type dash. Then we'll add a cursor pointer, and on hover I want to add a shadow effect, so we can add a shadow effect of MD, see, like this. Okay, perfect. Now one more important thing, inside the page here you can give, or inside the budget list, right, here you can add a class name margin top to 7, so it will come down, and now you have option to create budget. Okay, so let's go to this budget list, and inside this budget list let's add one div, and here I can add grid, the class name grid. Now when the screen size is smaller I will add a grid column 1, when the screen size is medium I will add a grid column of 2, and when screen size is larger I will add a grid column of 3. Let's save it. Right now if you see the screen is larger, so we can add 2 more columns similar like this, and that's where the create new budget will come at the first level every time. Okay, we will set up in that same way. Now on the click of this create new budget button, we want to open a dialog. So for that one I'm going to use a shared CN dialog component. It's very easy to use. So first thing, if you see if I open this one, this is how the dialog will open. Now copy this command first, so copy this one and install this. So let's add a new terminal, and here I will add that dialog component. After this we need to import this statement where you want to use the dialog component. So obviously inside the create budget I will import it here, Then we want to import this all the dialog code. Okay, this is sample code, so we will just paste it outside of this div. And then if I save it, you will see the example. So if I open our application, we have this button. If I click on this one, this is how the dialog will open. Now obviously this is the trigger, okay, in order to open the dialog. So in this case, we want to copy this div, and inside this dialog Drizzle, we want to our this create new budget components. Okay, again inside the dialog trigger, here you need to make it as a child. Let's save it, and now if I open this create new budget or click on this one, you will see this dialog. Okay, so that's how you can add your budget layout in order to trigger the dialog. Now you can give the dialog title. For example, here I will say create new budget. Now inside the description, obviously we want to add couple of things. First thing, we will add the icon to pick, right? So we want to add one library where you can pick the icon, and for that one we will add the emoji library. Okay, so just simply user can select the emoji, whatever the emoji user like, and then he can add it there. So let's go to this emoji picker library, okay, which is very powerful library and very easy to add it. So this is a command in order to install it. So let's clear this one and import this library called emoji picker. Now in order to use this emoji picker library, you just need to add this emoji picker like this. So here I'm going to add one div, and inside this div I'm going to add the emoji picker. So we'll say emoji picker, and if you see this emoji picker is importing from the emoji picker React, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, so right now it's saying that it's throwing some error because this is on server side, so make it as a client, and only emoji picker is workable inside in the client side only. Now if I open create new budget, and you will see the dialog. Obviously that's how do we don't want, right? We don't want in such a way. So for now let's do one thing. Let's comment this code, and about this div I'm going to add a button. Okay, and here I will say button from the components, but CN component, and here I will add a simple value. So let's do one thing. Here we'll add a constant one state which will hold the emoji value. So we'll say emoji icon comma set emoji icon is equal to use state. Okay, and by default I want to select, for example, let's select this particular emoji, and I will paste it here. I don't know why so I just pasted this default emoji, and I will also hold one more state which will open our dialog emoji dialog. Okay, so here we'll say open emoji dialog, or emoji picker will say comma set open emoji picker is equal to use state, and initially we'll make it false. Now if I go here, right, on the click, obviously before that here I will add a button, and here I will render the default one. Okay, here we'll say emoji icon, and I will put the variant as an outline. If I save it, you will see that one. Okay, so button is not defined. Make sure to import this button, and if I click on create new budget, you will see this icon. Let me wrap this in complete one div, and then we can give margin top to 5, something like this. Now on the click of this one, we want to open that emoji picker dialog, so we'll add on click event. So on click, and we'll set open emoji picker as the opposite of open emoji picker. Okay, and then here I will open this emoji picker like this, and it has a property called open, and for that one we'll just select pass the open emoji picker like this. Let's save it, and let me show you the result. Now if I click on this one, you will see the emoji picker is open. If I click again, it will close it. But if you see, it's taking a complete space, right? So you can simply add a class name and make this class name the position as absolute. Now you will see this particular behavior. Okay, that's what we wanted. Now whenever I select any emoji, right, it will replace this particular emoji. So it has one more property called on emoji click, and it will take the emoji value. Okay, and let me show you the console. So what the event value. So let me go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and here if I select this emoji, for example, right, you will see the value. So this is the value, or this is the event which we are getting. In that you have all the information. Now we only want this particular value called emoji, so you can directly get it from e.emoji and save it. Now if I try to select something, right, like select this one, see, you got the value, only the specific value. Okay, same thing. Obviously once we have this value, we will set the emojis. We'll say set emoji icon, that's all. And as soon as we set the value, we also want to close this emoji picker. So I will add two method. We'll call two method on a one click. So you can wrap this in a curly braces, and then you can set open emoji picker to be false, and then save it. Now let me show you. So for example, if you click on this emoji, right, see, the dialog is getting closed immediately as soon as you select any of the emoji. Not only that, but even you can search the emoji which you want. Okay, see, if you want car, you can select the car, and that's all. Now for this button, you can give the size as well as a large. Let's save it. And oh, that's not good. Let me go to the button component, and here we have the size called LG only. So it's LG. Perfect. See, if you think you want to use bigger font, you can add a class name, and here you can say text large. Perfect. Okay, let me remove this size. Next thing, we want to add inputs in order to user can add the budget name. So for that one, let's go to the Shatsion, and here we have the input component. So copy this command, and in order to install this input component, and once we install, now after this div, I'm going to add a div again, and in that one, let's add a h2 tag. Here we can say budget name, and after that we'll add a input. So this input we need to import from this Shatsion component. Now once we add this budget, for this input I can add a placeholder, and here we can give example as home decor, something like this. Now if I go back to our application, this is how the input will look like. Let's add some styling to this label. So I will add a class name. Here we'll say text black, font medium, and margin white 1. So we also give the vertical margin. For this div, let's add a class name margin top to 2. Perfect. Now one more input we want, so I will just copy this div, paste it here, and here we'll say budget amount, and here I will say, for example, $5,000, something like this. See, now we have the budget name, budget amount, and then we want to show button. So after this div, let's add a button, and here we'll say create budget and save it. See, obviously we'll give some styling. So add a class name first. We'll add margin top to 5. We'll make it width full, something like this. Okay, now we have the beautiful dialog where user can select the budget, and then user can enter the input as well. Now obviously we need to save this user's entered input value. So for that one, we're gonna define state, so which can hold the value. So constant, we'll say name only, set name is equal to use state, and another for budget, amount, set amount is equal to use state. Now for this input, right, it has one property called on change, right, and inside the on change it will produce the event e, and simply we'll set the name, which is a budget name, comma, using e dot target dot value. Same thing we're gonna do it for the amount. So here we'll add the amount, and here we'll just set the amount. Now here we have to make sure user will only enter the numbers. Okay, so you can give the type as a number. Now even if I go here, even if I try to add something, right, some text, it will not allow. Only button, sorry, number is allowed. And obviously here you can add the budget name. Now until unless you have the budget name and amount entered, in that time we have to disable this button. Once we user input a name and amount, then only we will enable this button. So for this button we can mark it as a disable. Only if we can add a condition over here. So we'll say name and amount, okay, is not there, so we'll add not equal to sign and save it. Now if you see right now budget button is disabled, but if I add something, we'll say for example home decor, we'll add some amount, and then only the create budget button is enabled. Okay, perfect. Also we are already saving this information with emoji icon as well. Now next thing we need to, once user click on this create budget, we need to save this information. So for that one, let's add on click event. So we'll add on click, and we'll say on create budget, on create budget. Now let's define this particular method. So we'll add a constant on create budget, and inside that we need to add the logic in order to add the information inside our database. So simply write constant result is equal to await. So make this as a async. We'll refer the database from our database config dot, it has an operation called insert, similar like this select which we used right before. Now we want to insert, so we write insert. Now the table name we need to mention in this case is budget. Make sure you will importing it from the budget schema. Okay, then we need to add a values, so we'll say values, and here you can give the name, the field name along with the value. So in this case I will say name, which is the name, then amount as amount, then we'll say created by. Okay, so in this case created by, we need to give users email address. So let's get the user information. So here we'll say use user, and then we'll get the user's email address dot primary email address, primary email address dot email address, and then the last is icon. So for the icon we'll say emoji, not emoji, the emoji icon. Okay, so this value. So on the right hand side you will see whatever the value we mentioned, and these are the field name which we already defined inside our schema. Now we can also tell our Drizzle ORM that you can return once we have the data. So in the return you can add inserted ID, you will return the inserted ID. You can get whatever you want, and we'll add budgets dot ID. Okay, so it will just return this budget ID once user is inserted. And over here, if result is successful, we can show some kind of toast message that this particular budget is get created. So for in order to show the toast message, I'm going to use this sonar component. Okay, it's similar like a toast message. If I click on this toast, see you got this particular toast message, right? So let's import this first. So copy this command and install it here. And once you install, right, you have to make sure that you will use this toaster component inside your root layout. So let's go to this root layout and let's put it here. Make sure to add the toaster as well from this we need to add from the toaster, so not sonar. Let's make sure from the component. So let's add from the component. Let's save it. Now in order to use it, right, as soon as we have the result, here we can write toast from the sonar, and then you can write any message you want. So in this case we'll say new budget created, something like this, and then save it. That's all. Now let's test this out. Here I will just write used to create new budget. Now if I go here, let me refresh it and create new budget. Here I will say some icon, then here we'll say travel. I will put a budget of, for example, $2,000, and then click create budget. So right now we got one error that duplicate key violation, unique constraint a budget key. So here let's delete this previous record, okay, just to make sure everything is clean. Now let me refresh it again, create a new budget, select the name, icon. Here we'll say travel, and the budget value, for example, 2000, and I will click on create budget. And if you see, the pop-up message, the toast message is showing that new budget created. Now if I go to the studio, let me refresh this one, and boom, you will see the name, amount, the icon, and ID along with the who created that particular budget. And obviously this ID is auto generated, okay. And this is how you can generate this budget. Now obviously as soon as we create the budget, we need to make sure this dialog get closed, right? So inside the Shatsion dialog documentation, and if you scroll down, we have option over here called custom close button, okay. Here in order to implement that particular custom close button, right, so over here you can go to this custom close button section. This is the example, right? So you need to add that particular button inside this dialog footer under the dialog close child. So copy this dialog footer, and I will just add after this header like this, and we'll put our button over here, okay. Everything will be same. Let's save this one and let's go back to our application. Okay, obviously we need to import this dialog footer, so import this dialog footer and the dialog close as well. So make sure to import from dialog close from this component UI dialog. Let's save it and then test this out. So now everything is same. So select something, some sort of car, say car maintenance, we'll say $1,500, and click create budget, and boom, the dialog get closed, and it's saying the toast message that new budget created. Inside our database, you will see the budget is also created inside our database. And that's how simply you can insert a record inside your Postgres SQL with the help of Drizzle ORM. So guys, if you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. In this section, we are going to display all the budget list which is created by the user. So as you know that these are the budget we are gonna display it, and the budget layout will be look like this, where we gonna show the icon, the name of the budget, how many items is added into that budget, then the total budget amount and how much is spent, how much is remaining, and this beautiful progress bar. Now the thing is, obviously right now in the studio we only have the budget column. Now here I'm going to add one new schema or new table called expenses, and here in that one we can user can add all the expense, okay. So let's go back to our application. Let's close all of these tabs and then go to the schema.jsx file. Inside here I'm going to add a new schema. We'll say export constant expenses is equal to, now first thing, pg table. Inside this we need to give the table name, we'll say expenses, and then we need to add a column. So first thing, id of serial, we'll call it as id, and this will be our primary key. Next we want to add the name of the expense, so this will be a varchar, and the name we can call it as a name again, and it will be a not null. Okay, next we need to add amount. So for this one we will add varchar amount dot not null. After this we want to connect to our budget ID. Okay, so we need to refer this expense record with the budget. So here we can say budget ID. Now obviously it means in under which budget this expense we need to add, right? Here we need to define in integer. Make sure you import it from the PG core. The type we are giving as an integer. Okay, here we'll say it as a budget ID dot, and we need to add the reference, so we have to add like this, and then we have to refer it with the budgets dot id. Simple, right? So easy to add it. And the last is created by. So varchar, here we'll say created by, and this will be again not null. Okay, so all of these fields we added along with the column. Now whenever you make any change, for example you want to add this new table, or you want to remove particular this column, right? Whenever you make some change inside your schema, you have to make sure, we have to stop the studio first. Let's stop the studio, and then here you have to run the, let me go back, yeah, npm run db push again. Okay, so if I enter it now, you will see okay, so we got one error. Okay, so it's saying invalid type. So let's see where it is. This, so message required, so we have some invalid type in our application. So let's check it out. So here we'll change this amount to numeric. Okay, so let's say numeric PG core, and also I will add the default value to 0. Then we have the serial primary key. Everything look good to me. Here is the varchar, here is integer. I think we are good. Let's try again. And do npm push. Okay, we again have that same error. Okay, so here we make a mistake. So this need to be numeric like this. This is not null, so look like this. Okay, also as we already connecting referring this particular expense with the budget, where we have the created by, right? So actually we don't need this created by again. So instead of that one, we'll add the date. So we'll add created at. Okay, and here as well I'll update to created at, and let's save this one, and let's take this out. So I will clean everything first, and hopefully this time it will work. And boom, if you see, now changes applied. Now you can run the studio, and now our studio is running. Let me go back and refresh the screen, and now here you will see the new table is added called expenses. Perfect, right? Now obviously we have the budget, we have the expenses. Okay, and right now we don't have anything inside the expenses. Now from here as well, you can see whether you can what are the expenses is under this particular budget. Now let's go back to our application. Okay, and inside this budget list, where we are going to fetch all our list of budget which user added. So let's define method. So constant, we'll say get budget list like this. We'll make this as async, and over here I'm going to write constant result is equal to await db dot select. Make sure to import db first dot select, and inside that now you can select the specific column as well. But now if I want to join two columns together, right, because in this case I'm going to join the budgets and expenses together in order to get the expenses data as well. So simply what I'm going to do here, I will write dot 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 get table columns. Okay, make sure it's importing from Drizzle ORM, and here you can define the column name. So in this case, so in this case is budgets from the schema. And then I want two more column. We'll say total spend. Okay, so how much user already spent, and here I will write like this: SQL import from the Drizzle ORM. Then you can simply write sum of the amount. So whatever the amount you see here, right, that amount value I'm going to sum it. So simply I will write dollar expenses dot amount, and that's all. So once you write like this, Drizzle ORM already taking care of adding all of this amount and when doing the addition. And here we'll map with number. Okay, same thing. I also want the total item. So total count means how many expenses item is added into that particular budget. That count I'm going to add it here. So same thing, but instead of sum, in this case I want to count. So here I will just say count, and in that I have to write expenses dot id, because you can select any field because we just want count, right? And then we'll map with number like this. Okay, here after this we need to add a from. So obviously our first column is a budgets, then we need to join it. So we'll do the left join, and inside that we'll add the expenses, comma equal to, obviously we need to when we are joining the two table, we need to provide on which column we need to add a join. So in this case we'll say budget list dot, sorry, not budget list, budgets dot id is equal to, not equal to, but the second will be the means expenses dot budget id, because we refer, right? And then we will say group by, because we are calculating sum and count, so obviously we need to write a group by on which column. So here we'll simply say budget dot id, and that's all. And now if I console this result over here, and we'll see what result we are getting. This need to budget list. Here I'm going to add document used to get budget list. Now over here obviously we'll add a use effect like this, and we will call this method called get budget list. Now obviously right now if you observe, we did not added the condition where you to get only budget along with the expense information for the given specific user, right? So we need to add that condition as well. So here we'll say where, and then you can add the equal, and here you need to add budget dot created by, and there you need to give user's email. So let's get that one. So we need to get user information first, and then we will simply pass it here. So user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, and now with the join, with the where clause and group by, we will get the result. Now obviously I just calling this method inside this use effect, and make sure whenever we have the user information, then only execute this particular method. Now let's save this and test this out. Also, as we are using use effect, make sure to import write use client. Now save it and let's test this out. So let's go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and let's refresh the screen once, and boom, if you see, for the budget list we have the two items, which one is for travel and one is for car maintenance. In that, if you observe, let me zoom it little bit. So we have the amount, which is the total budget, then who created, the name of the application, along with that we have the total item and total spending amount. Okay, perfect. Now next we need to save this in one state. So let's define one state called constant. We'll say budget list comma set budget list is equal to use state. So make sure it's budget, and then here simply add set budget list with the result. Okay, perfect. I will remove this and save it. Now after this create budget, so maybe inside this div only, I'm going to iterate this budget list. So let's write budget list dot map Here we'll say budget comma index and the arrow function. Now instead of writing code here, I'm going to create new component for the budget item. So here we'll say budget item .jsx, add a default template, and then we'll iterate this budget item. And for this budget item, I'm going to pass each of this budget like budget. So whatever the budget we are getting, right, each of budget we will pass to this budget item, and inside the budget item we will accept it as a prop. Now we have the budget information, correct? Now let's go here and let's implement the budget information, or sorry, budget UI. So first thing, let's add one div. Inside this div, I'm gonna add h2 tag, and here if you see our mockup, first thing we need to display this icon. So we'll say budget dot icon. Now you can give the type, I'm not sure, but obviously we are using JavaScript, so you don't need to mention any type. Now we have the budget icon. Let this save it. Let's go back to our application, and here you will see the two icon is displaying on the screen. Perfect. Now obviously I'm going to add some style to this one. Let's add a style. Let me bring this side by side. Let's see whether this look good or not. Yeah, perfect. Now not style, but here we need to add a class name. So class name, we'll say text of 3xl, then padding of 2, we say background slate 100, rounded full, something like this. It's look weird, I know, but that's fine. Next we need to add one div, and inside this we will add a h2 tag where we're gonna display the item name, means budget name. So we'll say budget dot name, and 1 for the total items. So here we'll say total items. So right now it's 0, so it's showing 0, and here we'll say item. Next we want to bring everything in one line. So for this div, let's make it class name, make it flex, let's do gap of 2, make item to be in the center. Perfect. Now for this complete div, I'm gonna give class name, so let's say padding of 5. Let's save this one. Let's add a border as well, make it rounded. Let's add large, and let's give, I don't know, but let's see in bigger screen this is how it looks. And here we'll do gap of 2, make it flex. I don't know why it's not showing, but you can give a gap over here, something like this. See, perfect. Next, on the right hand side, we want to show the total budget for this one. Also for this icon, let's give a padding of 3. I think that's enough, and we'll say text little smaller, let's make it 2xl. Okay. On the right hand side, obviously we'll add a h2 tag over here, and for this h2 tag I'm going to add budget dot amount. Obviously here I will put a $sign, and we want on the right hand side, so let's put these two tag in one div, or better we can keep this h2 outside of this div, and we'll wrap this div again like this, and here we'll provide the class name and same class name over here and here as well, and save it. Now for this one we'll say justify between, which is on the right hand side. Now for this amount I will add a class name, make it font bold, text primary, and text will say large, like this. Now after this one we want to add the progress bar, so let's create our own progress bar. So after this div I will add one more div. Here inside this div, let's add a class name, we'll say width full, background I'm gonna give slate 300, and then we'll give a height of maybe we'll say 2 and save it. Now if you see, we have this horizontal line. Obviously for this div, let's add a class name margin top to 5, and then here I will say rounded corner to be full. Okay, and this will be our progress bar. Now if you want to show the progress here inside this div, again you need to add one div, and we'll keep the same class name, except instead of width full, you can mention the dynamic width. For example, let's add 40%, and obviously this color I'm gonna change this to primary, and this is how it will look like. Now obviously once we have the proper expenses, right, then we will update this progress bar width and all, but for now we will hard coded value and we'll keep as it is. Now above this progress bar, I'm gonna add one more div, and here on the left hand side we're gonna show the how much he spent, and on the right hand side will show how much amount is remaining for that particular budget. So I will add a h2 tag here. We'll simply say, because we need to calculate value, right, so simply we'll say item dot total spend into total spend. Okay, and save it. Obviously it's not item, it's a budget. And now right now obviously it's not showing anything because total spend is null. So here we can add a condition: if total spend is not there or is there, then show the total spend, otherwise show 0. And here I will add a class name. We'll make text extra smaller, text slate 400, and save it. On the right hand side we want to show the total remaining amount. So for that one we need to calculate. So we'll say total item dot budget dot amount minus item dot total spend. Let's save this one. Will be a budget, and save it. Now let's save this one. Now if you see, we have this total remaining amount. So let's bring everything in one line. So for this one, let's add class name, make flex item to be in the center, and make justify between. Now here I will simply say 0 spend, and we'll say remaining, something like this. Perfect. Here I'm gonna add margin bottom to 3, so we have the clear value. And if I increase the screen size, this is how beautiful it look. Okay, now on the click on this one, right, we are going to the navigate to the new screen that we will implement later on, but a couple of things I'm going to modify here. So first thing, for the budget name, let's add a class name, and here I will add a font bold, and for the item I'm gonna add a class name text smaller and text gray 500, and save it, something like this. So it will give a good effect. Now obviously here we can add the hover effect once user hover on any of this item. So over to this div, let's add hover. We'll say shadow medium, and obviously I will add a cursor pointer. So now if I hover on this one, you will see this shadow. Okay, so that's how guys you can bring data from our database, and you can join these two tables, because in this case we join the two table and we calculate the total amount user spent and the total count, and we display over here. Next, what we are going to do, we will gonna add all the expenses. Okay, when user click on any of this particular budget here, then on the next page we gonna give option to user to add expenses in that particular category, and depends on that one we're gonna update this progress bar. So guys, that's all for this particular section. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. So Before moving forward to the next section, I want to update something on this particular page. So when we add a create new budget, and once we add that budget, right, we have to make sure we are updating this budget list, and all the budget list will immediately fetch it from our database, okay, as soon as we add a new budget. So let's go back to our application where we're adding this budget inside the create budget. So as soon as we are showing this toast message, right, and obviously we are closing the dialog, here we're gonna call one method, and we can call it as a refresh data. We can just call refresh data. Now this method we're gonna pass back to the parent child through these params. Okay, let's save this one, and inside the budget list, obviously if you remember, we have added this create budget component. Over here you will find the refresh data, and as soon as this method get triggered, we have to make sure that we will call this get budget list like this. Okay, and that's all, and save it. Now if I go here and try to add a new budget, let me refresh this screen once. Let's add a new budget. Here I'm gonna add it for before adding, right, you will see that button, this particular emoji picker is going behind the button. So let's fix that issue as well. So inside the create budget, where we make this div as an absolute, over here we'll make z index to be 10 or 20, and now it's above the this particular button. Now here I'm gonna add for the, let's say, YouTube earning. Okay, so we need to add something like, let's add a red dot. We'll add this particular icon. Here we'll say earning, we'll add a budget of 5,000, and now click create budget, and boom, the budget is get added, and immediately without refreshing the screen, our budget updated list is getting updated on the screen. Okay, so that's how you can update your list without refreshing the screen. Now another part, if I refresh the screen, you will see it's taking few seconds, not or maybe less than a second, to get this data. So instead of that one, we have to make sure we will show some kind of loading, and for that one we are going to add a skeleton loading. Now if you don't know about the skeleton loading, so let's go to the ShadCN component and just search for the skeleton component. Over here you will see this kind of loading. Okay, so this is a placeholder for the given component, but before loading your data, it will show some kind of loading effect. So obviously we're gonna add this skeleton effect, but we're gonna use our own method to add the skeleton effect, and we are not going to use the ShadCN skeleton component. So let's go to this, let's go to the create budget inside the budget list, right? Over here I'm gonna add a condition: if budget list dot length is greater than 0, then obviously we'll show the budget list. Otherwise I'm going to add a other condition, and here I'm going to add some array. Okay, so this is the hard-coded array I added, and we will iterate that array using item comma index like this. Okay, now inside this one I will add a div, let add a key as an index, and over inside this div, for this div first let's add a width. We'll just say class name, we'll add a width to be full. The background I will add a slate of maybe 200. The rounded I will add a large, and the height I will add maybe, let's add 80 pixel, and save it. Now for the testing purpose I will revert this condition. Let's save it and let's go back to our application. Now you will see this particular placeholder. Now obviously I will change this height to, let's say, 180, let's say 150. Perfect. Now this is just a background and nothing is showing, right? In order to animate this one like a skeleton effect, you just need to add one property called animate pulse. Okay, and then save it, and now you will see it's getting darker and lighter, it adding the animation effect to our application, and that's what we wanted. Now once this is done, Now just revert this condition to original one. Let's save it, and boom. Now if I refresh it, you will see the skeleton effect, and then you will see the actual data. So that's how you can add the skeleton effect. Here I will just add 6, and now if I refresh it, boom. So this is how you can add the skeleton effect. And obviously we also updated the logic so that we will get updated data as soon as we added a new budget. Now as right now we did not order by anything, right? It's by default ascending order. You can also add the order. So here after the group by, you can add the order by, and inside that you can add the descending or ascending order. For example, if you want descending order, you can write descending, and on which column you want to add descending order. Here is the example. If you hover on this one, you will see the example. So in this case we want the descending order using the budgets.id, and save it. Now you will see the YouTube earning will come first. So refresh this data, and boom, you will see the whatever the new budget you added recently, that will come first. Now here, once user click on any of the budget, we will navigate to the expense screen or page, where we're gonna show the selected budget information. For that one, we are going to use existing component. We will reuse that component. Then we're gonna give option to add the expense name, expense amount, and once user click on add, we're gonna show that list of expense over here. And in the same time, we're gonna also update the our budget item as well. So let's go back to our application, and first thing we need to do is to create a new route. So inside the dashboard component, we'll add a new route. But before that, let me tell you how the route, the way we want the route. So we want the dashboard, then over here it will become like expenses, comma, and the ID of the budget. For example, if you want 18, right? And if I enter it, then it will get the route. The expense will be fixed over here. Only thing gonna change is this budget ID. So it will be a 3, it will be a 7, right? Obviously we cannot create that much route, so we need to create a dynamic route where depends on the user selection, the route will get changed. So inside the dashboard folder, I'm going to add a new folder, and we can call it as expenses. Inside this folder, we need to create a dynamic route. So in order to create a dynamic route, you have to mention the variable which you want to pass. So in this case, I want to pass ID, and that variable you need to wrap it inside the square bracket like this. And then we will add page.jsx file. Let's add a default template. Here I will add the function name as a expenses, and then save it. Now if I go to any route, any ID, right, see, it's still showing me the expenses. Okay, so that's what we wanted. Now obviously it's a expenses, so we have to make sure in the side navigation route you'll mention that one as expenses, dashboard expenses. If I refresh it, the expense is showing. Now next, let's go to the expense page, and over here we will accept it as a params. Now in order to get this ID, right, so whatever the ID user click on it, we need to get this ID. So that ID we will get it through this params. And if I console this ID using the console log params, and if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, let me refresh this one. Maybe we will add it inside the use effect. Here I will say params, and then we'll console the params. So as we are using use effect, you have to make this page as a use client. And now if you see, we got the ID of 19. So whatever the ID you pass, you will see over here. See, now in this case is 40. Next thing, let me clean this out, and here we'll add a h2, and here we'll say my expenses. I will add a class name. We say text to Excel, font bold, and for this div I'm going to add class name padding of 10. Perfect. Now we have this page. Now first thing we need to fetch is the budget information. So let's say constant get budget info, and let's say constant result, as we are using awaits, and make this as async, is equal to await db. So make sure to import this db dot select, and you have to give from. Here we need to get from the budgets, so just write budget. Okay, you have to make sure that you will import the correct field. Okay, then after this from, we need to write left join, because we want to get the information of total expense and all. Okay, instead of this one, right, let's use the existing query which we use inside our budget component. Okay, so inside the budget list, if you remember, we use this particular query. I will copy this existing query and then we'll use it here, because we want everything as it is, except we want to add a where operation. Okay, so obviously we don't want order by, and before group by, I'm going to add one more where clause, and here I will add where equal, we'll say budget list, means budgets dot id is matches with the params dot id, something like this. Okay, and save it. Now obviously you will get only result which matches with this budget id and along with the email address as well. So here now we just console the result, and then we need to call this get budget info inside the use effect. So whenever the params information is available, and make sure you have the user's information available, because we are passing the user's email id. So make sure to get that. So constant user is equal to use user, like this, and whenever the user's information is available, I will execute this use effect. Let me remove this console. You need to add and operator. Let's save it. Let's go back. So right now we got one error. It's saying the db get table column is not defined. So make sure to import this get table columns, and make sure to import this equal as well, and then save it. If I refresh it, we don't. Okay, we have one more error saying that SQL is not defined. So make sure to import this SQL, and let's say group by. Okay, we don't need that one. Oh, we have a couple of more errors. So we have that error because if you see, we are using the expenses schema, but as the function name is similar. Okay, so let's update this one. We'll say expenses component, I will say expenses screen. Okay, so we need to update this component and make sure to update over here. I will rename this, or we can keep as it is, it doesn't matter. And now save this one, and then make sure to import this expense from our schema. Okay, and let's save it. So make sure the name, you can make sure it's a different. Now let's test this out. For example, if I refresh this, I'm passing the id as a 3. Go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and if you see inside the page, we have the array 1, and inside that we have this information, which is the budget information for the id 3. Now if I go back to the dashboard, okay, and let's go to the budgets where we have this budget. Now on the click of that, obviously we want to navigate. Okay, so let's go to the budget item. Here I will wrap this inside the link tag. So let's replace this with a link, add a h reference, and here we'll simply say dashboard slash expenses slash, and then we need to pass id, which is budget.id, and make sure to close the correct tag, save it, and refresh this once. And if I click on this YouTube earning, for example, if you see, now it's navigate to the expenses slash 6, which is the 6 id for that given budget. And if I go to the inspect panel as well, you will see the information about that particular budget. Okay, perfect. Now obviously we need to save this in one state, so I will define constant inside the expense screen. Okay, and here we'll simply say budget info comma set budget info is equal to use state. Make sure to write correct spelling, and then here we'll simply set budget info as result. Okay, and obviously we need to put result as a 0. Okay, because if you see it has array 1, and obviously every time when we fetch the single record, it will have only one object inside that array. Okay, so that's the reason I mentioned a result of 0. Now the next thing, we want to display the budget item, right? So here I'm going to add a div. For this div I'm going to add a class name. We'll make it grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, and when the screen size is medium we'll make grid column 2. Okay, now inside this one the first column will be the budget item, so we'll say budget item. Now we are using the existing component which we already have, and now for this budget item, if you remember, we are passing the budget information, so we'll pass that budget information using this budget info, which we have already this particular state over here, and we just pass it there. Now let's save it, let's go back to our application, and boom, we have this particular expense information. Now if you see, we use existing component and we just pass the data which we have. Let's give some margin from the top, and perfect. Now if I go back and if you open, for example, home decor, so right now if you see we have the error saying budget.name is not defined, right? Now what happened, obviously to get this information right and update inside the budget info state, it takes some time because we are fetching data from the server. So in meantime we can show some kind of loading, and that's where we can show the Skelton loading. So here we'll say if budget info is there, then show budget item, otherwise show the Skelton effect. So for the Skelton effect I'm gonna simply add class name, height of 150 pixel, then width full, background slate, maybe let's say 200, rounded small, let's say large actually, and then here also I will add animate pulse effect and close the tag. Let's save this one and make sure everything is correct. Now if I go back and open, for example, travel, see now we don't have that error, and also you will see that as animated effect as well over here, right? If I reverse this condition just for testing, you will see the animated Skelton effect. Now next, once we have the budget item, now we need to create one item in order to add the details. Right here on the right hand side we will add that information. So inside the expense ID component, like maybe inside expense, we will create a new component folder, and here I'm gonna add add expense.jsx, add the default template, and then here I will just simply add expense component over here and save it. Now you'll see on the right hand side this expense component. For this div I will give gap of 5, so there will be a distance from all the sides. Next thing, inside the add expense, let's go here and save it, and over here we need to add a couple of things. First let's add a h2 tag, we'll say add expense. Here I will add a class name, we'll say font bold, text large. Then we'll add a div, so I will just copy the existing div which we added for the create budget. So this particular div I will copy, we'll paste here and paste here. Let's format this one, and obviously we'll define two states, one for the name and one for the amount. So here we'll say amount, obviously we'll define that state, so we'll say name comma set name is equal to use state and constant for amount. Okay, and obviously we are setting over here. That's good. Here we'll say expense name and expense amount. Now for example, I will say bedroom decor, for example, and for a hair placeholder I will say $1,000 and save it. Perfect. Now we have this all the information ready. Let's see how it looks. So right now we have an error. It's saying input is not defined. Make sure to import this input component, and then on the right hand side you will see this small form. Now let's wrap this one. So class name will say border, will say padding of maybe let's say 5, rounded corner large. Perfect. Now after this we want to add the button, so let's add that one. So after this div we'll add a button from the component StatCN component. Here we'll say add new expense. Let's add a class name. We'll give margin top to 3 and save it. See, obviously we'll make this width to be full, so let's make width full, and we'll disable this once if the name and amount is not there, okay, because this is the required field. And now if you see, this information is required. Okay, now obviously this is the information about our detail, and this is on the right hand side where you can add the information. Now here you will see that we are getting this empty space because this is aligning this particular component with this form component. So in order to avoid that, let's go to this budget item, and here you can define the height. Let's say height of 170 pixel, and then you will see now we don't have that particular expanded or empty space. Okay, now as soon as you add a new expense name, and here we need to change this with amount, so let's update this with the amount, and then obviously on the click of add new expense we have to make sure this information get updated, and our also the data is getting added inside our database. So let's do that. So let me bring this down, and over here I will add an on click event, and here we'll say add new expense, and this method I'm going to create over here, constant add new expense, like this, and inside that we'll say constant result is equal to await, because in this case we want to add a new record, right? So db, so make sure you import that there, db dot insert on which table you want to insert. So in this case is expense, then you need to add values. So first thing, we'll add a name as a name, then amount as amount, and if you do the control space you will see what else column you can able to add. Okay, so again budget id will match with the params. Am I correct? So we don't, if you see, right, we don't have parameter information. So what you can do, let's go to the page, and here we have this params information. From here as well you can pass this information. So here we'll say budget id, and we'll say params.id. okay, and in add expense here we'll accept budget id, and then we can use this budget id over here, make this as a async. And the last we need to add created at, so this information also we can get it. So user, and we already have the user information over here, so we'll just send to this particular component. See, this user information will pass to this add expenses, and inside that we accept over here, and obviously we need to fetch this user's email address. So I will copy this complete field path and I will paste it here. Okay, now we are sending all of this information. Obviously id will generate automatically, and then it will return the data. So we can say return the inserted id as budget list, sorry, budgets.id, and then we'll console the result. So console.log result, and if the result is successful, we'll just toast the message saying new expense added. Okay, and save it. Let's save all the components, all the files, and let's test this out. So let's refresh this once. Here I will add a new expense, so let's go back, and for the home decor I will add. Okay, so we'll say bedroom decor, and I spend around, for example, 1500, and click add new expense. If you see, the new expense get added, toast message is showing. Obviously it's not getting updated. If you see, it's still showing 0 item, 0 spend, and value remaining. But make sure inside the database we have the value. Now if you go to the expense table, you will see the value we just added along with the budget ID, right? If you go to the budget, obviously we added inside the home decor, click expense, and you will see the value which are added under this particular budget. So cool, right? That's how the studio is quite cool to look your data immediately. Now obviously as soon as you add this expense, you have to make sure this data get updated. So for that one, the similar way what we did before, right, in the last section, to update the data, here we will pass the new pass this method called refresh data, and not here, my bad. As soon as we add the expense, before the toast we can pass refresh data, and this particular method will pass back to a parent child through this prop. And if I go to this add expense, here we'll add refresh data, and we'll call this particular method called get budget info. Okay, and save it. Now let's test this out. So if I refresh it, you will see one item is added. I have spent 1500. Let's say, for example, new we'll say kitchen decor, and I spent around $4,000. Now as soon as I add a new expense, you will see without refreshing screen, this value is also get updated along with how much you spend, how much is remaining, and obviously this is total. Okay, so this is how you can add your expenses and update your budget as well. Now we have all the information, right? Now let's update this progress bar. In order to update this progress bar, let's go to the budget item where we have this progress bar. Okay, and inside the budget item we need to write one method to calculate the percentage first. So here I will write constant calculate progress percent, the arrow function, and inside that I will write constant percentage is equal to budget dot so logic, the method is simple. We have to write a total, sorry, not total, but spend divided by total budget into 100. Okay, so this will calculate our percentage, how much percentage user user spend the money, right? So here we'll say budget dot total spend divided by budget dot amount and into 100. Okay, now we'll just simply return percentage into 2 fix. Here we'll say 2 only and save it. Now this calculate progress percentage we gonna call over this particular method. Right now, if you remember, we hard coded this with 40%, right? I will delete this one and I will simply add a style. Inside that I will define a width, and inside this width I will it need to be width, and then I will define the tag $sign. Inside that we'll call this calculate progress percentage method, and here we'll say percentage sign like this. Okay, and I think that's all. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So if I refresh it, you will see the percentage, this much percentage is completed. Let me go back to other one, and if you see, for other only 0% is spent, and that's the reason it's showing the empty. But if I open something like this, here I will say Myrtle Beach, I spent around $1,200. Okay, and if I add a new expense, see, boom, everything updated along with this progress bar. See, and now right now the progress bar, you will see it's complete, means it's showing more than 50% is already you spent. So that's how guys you can add the progress bar along with your own logic, so that you can add a complete control on your progress bar. It's very simple. Just the thing is you have to complete one component at a time, finish the one component and then move forward. Guys, before moving to the next section, I want to talk about this TubeGuruji Pro membership, where you will find an exclusive courses on the tubeguruji.com, and just you can join the TubeGuruji Pro membership for $7 per month, or you can buy it for $14 per year, or you can buy it for lifetime just for $99. Also, you will get the source code. Along with that, you will get you can see all the chapters over here. You can learn, or you can get access to each chapter by chapter, okay, and you can unlock all the courses once you buy the membership. Now we want to display the list of expenses which we added. Now inside our expenses table, we have all the list for which we added the expense for the given budget. So let's go back to our project, and inside this expense page, right, we already fetching the budget information. Now over here I'm going to create a new method, and here we'll say get expenses list, and we'll make this as a async. Here I will write a method like doc like get latest expenses. And here we'll say get budget information. Now inside the get latest expenses, we will write constant result is equal to await db dot select, and we'll say from, we'll say expenses. Then we add a where condition, and inside the where condition we will write equal to, and we'll say budget dot, not budget but expenses dot budget id matches with the params dot id. So obviously we have the parameters dot id, and that is nothing but a budget id, and we will match that id, and we'll make sure the latest expenses will be at the top. So we will add the order by on descending order on expenses dot id, and that's all. Now here we'll just console the result, and this get expense list we gonna call inside this use effect method. Now as soon as we added any new expense, right, obviously right now we are calling this get budget information. Same thing we also gonna call get budget info. So instead of calling this get expense list over here, I can call it inside the get budget info like this, okay, and then save it. Now let's go and check whether we are getting the data or not. So go to the inspect panel, go to the console, let's refresh this once, and right now we got error that descending is not defined. So make sure to import this descending, and equal to is already there. So let's refresh it again, and if you see for line 45 we have the expense list, okay. For the travel we added this Myrtle Beach information, and then that information we got it. Now once we have this information, we have to make sure to save in one state. So here we'll say expenses list comma set expenses list is equal to use state, and over here we'll just set that value. Now once we have the expense list, we're gonna create a new component inside this component folder, and we can call it as a expense list table .jsx. Add the default template, and then we'll add that after this div. So here I'm gonna add one div. Inside that I will write h2 tag, will say latest expenses, and below that we'll add expense list table. Now to this expense list table, we're gonna pass the expense list as an expense list. For this h2 tag, I will add font, bold, text, large, and that's all. Will be here. You will give class name margin top to 4. Okay. Now inside the expense list table, will accept it as a prop. So we'll get the expense list because we send it from this this particular file, and we'll sending this expenses list to this expense list table so that we can accept it here. Now inside this expense list table, let's create a table. So first thing, for this div, let's add a class name. We'll say margin top to 3. Then I will add one div. Inside this div, we'll add a h2 tag. We'll say name. Here I'm going to add a couple of more. We'll say amount, then date on which it's added, and the action in order to delete that particular expense. Now for this div, let's add a class name. Here we'll make grid column 4, and we'll add a background slate, maybe 200, and we'll give padding of 2. Now that this is a header. Now let's save this one. Let's go back to our application, and you see we have this beautiful header for the given table. Now I will just use the same div, okay, but obviously we have the expenses list, so we'll just iterate this expenses list. So let's add expenses list, not like this. So expenses list table, oh sorry, my bad, expenses list dot map. Here we'll say expenses comma index and the arrow function. Now inside this particular div, we will add same div because we want a same column and everything. Only thing, instead of h2, we'll add expenses dot name, and here expenses dot amount. Here we'll say expenses dot created at, and here we'll add a trash icon. So we'll add a trash icon from the Lucid React. See, and for this one I'm going to add a class name. We'll make text red 600 and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, let's refresh this once, and you will see we have this particular data, but let's make sure here we add a slate 50 only. Perfect. And if you see, we have the expense information. For this h2 tag, I'm going to add a class name. We'll make font bold, and everywhere let's see how font bold will look. I think that's good, and save it. Okay, and then we have the latest expense information. Now if I go back to the budgets, and if I open this home decor, because it has a 2 item, and you will see these 2 items. Now instead of date, I think this is incorrect. So let me go back to the expenses. Here if you see, we have the created at, and but we are passing the user's email address. Instead of that one, we want to pass the date. Okay, so that is the fix we need to do. So when we are saving we are creating the expense inside the add expense, right now if you see, we are adding this created add date instead of date, we are adding the user's email. So let me remove this one, and in order to add a date, for that one I'm going to add one library called npm I moment. So this library help us to format the date according to our need. Okay, so let me show you the example. So in this case, let's add a date called moment. If you see, this moment is imported from the moment only. Let's make sure, yeah, and then here we'll say dot format, and here you need to give the date formats. For example, I want month, we'll say, sorry, let's say date month, and then we'll say YYY. Okay, and I think that's good enough. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So now if I go to our application, let's add some expense inside the home decor. We'll say bathroom, we'll say 350, or let's say 3500. Let's add this expense, and boom, if you see, now we got the actual date. Okay, now obviously from the next time we will get the actual date. Okay, so this is the quick fix that we did. And now let's go back to our original expense list table. Now once we have this one, right, now on the click of this delete icon, we have to make sure we'll delete this particular record from the table. So let's do that. So for this trash, I'm going to add on click event, and we'll say delete expense, and obviously here I will pass the expenses information. Here I will write a new method, constant delete expense, like this, and we'll accept the expenses. Just write expense, I think. Yeah. Now inside that we need to write delete query. Now here we'll simply add constant result is equal to await. So let's make this as async. Here we'll say dev dot delete operation, and from for the delete we need to provide the table name from which you want to delete. So in this case we'll say expenses, and dot here we need to write where condition. Inside that we'll write equal, and here we simply need to provide the id. So expenses dot id is matches with the expense dot id, as simple as that, and dot returning. Okay, so it will return some information. And now once we have the result, we'll simply toast the message that expense deleted, and save it. Okay, now let's test this out. So for example, if you want to delete this expense, right, we can delete it. Just to make sure, one more important thing, here I will make the cursor pointer. Okay, so if I delete this one, so we got one error, it's saying the equal is not defined. So make sure to import this equal and save it. So if I delete this one, so it's saying expense deleted, see. But if I refresh it, you will see that change. Now obviously we have to make sure whenever we delete particular information, we have to refresh the data. So here we'll simply return some value. We'll say refresh data. So this method we're gonna pass back to a parent child from this prop. Now if I go to this page.js where we added this expense list table component, here I will use this refresh data, and simply I will call this get budget information, similar like this, in order to update our list. Okay, now if I refresh this once, now we have two record. If I delete this one, you will see the change immediately. Not only we are updating this latest expense information, but the budget information also get updated. Now if I add something, we'll add, for example, kitchen decor, and here I will add this particular value, let's say 4000, and we'll click add new expense. Boom, see, it's get added. If I delete this expense, see, immediately it's get deleted, and you will see this two operation toast message as well. Same thing obviously you can do for other expenses as well. Okay, here we'll say type change, it cost me $1200. I will say add new expense, and boom. Okay, so that's how guys you can add the expense and you can maintain the expense according to your need. Even you can add it, you can delete it, and depends on your amount. Obviously this budget is also get updated. So I hope guys you understand how easily we added this or fetch the latest expenses and add an action for that one. Now we need to give option to delete the given budget. So inside the my expense, once user open our budget, right, for example, if I open any of this budget, and here on the right hand side we want to give option to delete this particular budget. So obviously we're going to ask confirmation before deleting the complete expense and the budget as well. So let's go back to our application, and inside this expenses page we have this my expenses text, right, which we are showing over here. So on the right hand side we want to add a button, so in simply we'll add a span tag. Inside that I will add a button, and then we will call it as a delete. Here I'm gonna add a trash icon as well, so simply from the Lucid React I will add a trash icon. For this button I will add a class name is equal to flex and gap of 2, and this is how it will look. Now we can add the variant. If I go to this button component from the SideNav, it has a variant called destructive. So let's go here and add a variant is equal to destructive, so it will convert into red color. Now let's bring everything in one line. Let me remove this span tag and let's see. So it's coming down, so let's make it this as a flex and just do justify between, something like this. See, also I will add item to be in the center. Let's bring this down and save it. Now on the click of this, as I told you, we need to show the confirmation. So let's go to the SideNav, and it has an option, one component called alert dialog. So if I open this one, it will ask, it will show the dialog like this. Okay, so similar kind of dialog we wanted. So first copy this, let's install this component first, and then in order to use it, let's import this, all the import statement. Let's paste it here, and then copy this alert dialog, and here on the click of the delete button we want to open that particular dialog, right? So let's add over here. So I added this alert dialog, and then this is the trigger, okay, where it opens the alert dialog. So I will put this button as our trigger, and make sure to add as a child. Let's save this one and let's see whether it's working or not. So right now if I click delete button, if you see, we have the confirmation. Okay, so here I will just change some text message. Here I will say delete your current budget along with expenses. Okay, and remove your data from the server. So let's save this one, and it has an option called cancel and continue. Now on the cancel, obviously if you see, it will close this window, but on the continue means obviously user want to delete, then we can add on click method to this one. So here we'll say delete budget, and then I will create a new method called constant delete budget like this. Okay, make this as a async and save it. Now for the delete, we'll write constant result is equal to await db dot delete, and here we need to provide the table name. Now if you wondered where did I get this query, right? If I go to this Drizzle ORM documentation, right here we have the option called delete, and here you gave the example how to delete. Okay, with this you can add the condition as well. So same thing we are going to do over here. So obviously we want to delete from the budgets table, and we put where condition, and inside this where we'll add equal. Make sure to import this equal as well, it's already there, and inside this equal we need to give the budget. Let me add budgets dot id is matches with the given budget, so from the params dot id. Okay, and then it will returning some data. Now we'll get console.log and we'll just print the result. Now we might get an error. Okay, let me first run this particular logic. Here I will add documentation like used to delete budget. Let's save this one. Let's go back to our application and let me refresh this once. Now if I click delete, let me open the inspect panel to observe our error. So if I click delete, so here we got the error that on click it will be ignored. Okay, so let's make sure the spelling is correct. Let's clean everything and click delete now and click continue. So if you see, we got error that update or delete on a table budget violate the foreign key constraint. Okay, it means this particular budget key is already connected with our expense table. So inside the studio, if you go over here, right, and the current expense or the budget ID is 3. So if you see for the 3, we have some of the expenses attached to this particular record. So we have to make sure first we will delete this particular record and then we'll delete the budget. So let's go back to our application, and inside this logic here, let's delete the budget. So here we'll say delete expense result is equal to, oh wait, let me bring this down, db dot delete. Here we'll say the table name, which is expenses, then we write where condition. Inside that we have to provide the on which column we want to delete. So we'll say expenses dot budget id comma params dot id. Okay, so this is how you can delete. And then once you, here we can write the condition, if delete expense result is successful, then it also delete the budget. Okay, and even though if you did not write result, that's fine. So let's make sure everything is correct. Here you can write dot returning and save it. Now let's test this out. So let's clean everything. I will click delete, say continue, and obviously we are not getting anything because we did not returning or consoling any data, but we did not get any error as well. Also it's showing on the screen because we did not update or redirect our screen, right? If I refresh the screen, you will see nothing on the screen. It means this particular id 3 is getting deleted. Let me refresh the screen and you observe the id 3 record is now deleted. Not only budget, but it also deleted the expenses as well. Okay, so that's how you can delete. And at the last you can write the toast message, budget deleted, and then we want to redirect it to the previous page. So it means to the budget page. So let's add that one as well. So if I'm going to dashboard, this is our budget page, this is the route. So before that one, you have to define the initialize the route is equal to use router from the navigation, and where we are deleting, here I will just say route dot replace, and then you have to give the path, as simple as that, and save it. Okay, now let's test other one. So for example, let's say car maintenance. Okay, and we want to delete this record. So I will say delete, continue, and boom, if you see it's saying budget deleted, and also from the dashboard budget our latest data is also updated and it's not showing that deleted record. So that's how you can delete your existing budget. And obviously make sure that before deleting it, right, you will show the confirmation message, otherwise it will get directly deleted by mistake as well. So make sure to add the confirmation dialog as well. Now it's time to add an option to edit the given budget. In order to edit the budget, we gonna give a button over here. Okay, so we'll add one edit button along with the delete button over here, and once user click on this button, we can show the similar kind of dialog which we use for to create a budget. Obviously we cannot use the existing component because this functionality is different than what we want to do. Also everything, the layout will be same, only thing that by default we will pass the existing selected budget in order to edit, and we will set the value or default value for this input. And once user click on update input after changing the value, then we will update value accordingly. So let's go back to our application, and then inside the expenses where we have option to delete, right? So over here, let me, yeah, if you see we have this delete option, correct? Nearby that only we gonna add one more option. So after this alert dialog, let's add a button, and here we'll say edit. Let's add it before the delete one. Okay, let's save it and let's see how it looks. So if I open this budget, we have this edit, that's good, but let's wrap it in one div. So edit and delete, so it will be on the right hand side like this. Obviously we need to make this as a class name flex, gap of 2 item to be in the center. And to this edit I'm gonna add a pen icon, something like this. Let's see, or we'll say pen box. Yeah, and then for this button I'm gonna add a class name. We'll make it flex gap of 2. Okay, now we have this edit button. Now on the click of this edit button, obviously we want to show the edit dialog, correct? So inside this component folder, let's add a new file and we can call it as a edit budget.jsx. Add the default template and save it like here. Okay, now obviously on the trigger of this edit we want to open the dialog, right? So instead of keeping this button over here, I will put it inside this edit budget like this for now. Okay, and here I will add the edit budget component. Let's save this one and make sure nothing get changed. Obviously button is not defined inside this edit budget, so let's define that one. Let's save it. And obviously pen box is also not defined, and now if you see, nothing get changed. Okay, now if you remember, we have a component in order to create the budget, right? Similar kind of component I will copy it. So whatever the dialog import statement we added, I want to use that one, so I will copy this one, we'll paste it here, and then from the create budget this dialog, I will copy the dialog everything as it is, and then I will paste it after this button. But only change we need to update is the trigger, because we want our button trigger, right? So I will copy this edit button and paste it here. Okay, and everything will be as it is. We will keep this open emoji picker. Make sure to import the button, which we already did. We need to import this emoji picker as well. And if you go to the create picker, right, whatever the use state you have, copy all of this use state because we want that one, and then we will paste it here. Okay, make sure to import this use state. Obviously we need to mark this component as a client and then save it and make sure everything as it is. Obviously here we'll say on update budget, and then we'll create a new method. We'll say on update budget and save it. Now let's go back to our application. Here we need to define use user, so let's define that one. The input is not defined. Okay, so that's how, because we just copy paste and there are a lot of things which is missing. So make sure to add this all the import statement, and now everything's good. Now if I click on edit, see, you got the box, right? But this is all the empty. Obviously we have to make sure this information, the budget information, we will pass to this budget dialog, right? Here we need to say update budget, and the button name also will change this update budget. Okay, now the thing is we need to update we need to pass is the budget information. So to this edit budget, I'm going to pass the budget information which is selected. Okay, so if you see, we are getting this budget information, right? This budget information we will pass to this edit budget. So here we'll say budget info as budget info. Okay, I'll copy this, go to edit budget, and here I will accept it here as a props. My bad, like this. Let's save both the files. Now you have budget information. So by default, if I go to the input, right here, you can provide the value as budget info dot name. Let's save it and let's test this out. If you see, we have the home decor now. You obviously right now, if you see, you are not able to change this one because you set the default value, right? So instead of providing value, you can add the default value like this and then save it, and now you can able to update this value as well. Okay, same thing you have to do it for the other input. So here we'll say default value, and we'll say budget info dot amount. Here we'll need to say amount and then save it. And one last important thing is to update the emoji picker. So here right now we need to add the default emoji picker. Here we'll set the emoji icon as okay, so we'll copy this icon from here, dot emoji icon, or just icon, I think. So we have icon property, right? And save it. Now if I click edit, you will see everything is there, right? Now if I change to home, if I want to change this budget, for example, now if you see, I can able to type this budget as well. Okay, also you have to make sure to update the value over here. So here if you see budget info dot name, and then budget info dot, what is this, amount. Okay, so here I'm gonna add a question mark so that you will not get any error. And now if I click edit, see, you got the everything is there. Now the button is also enabled, because previously button was not enabled, right? Because we just provide the default value, which is not considered as a inputted text. Now we need to write logic in order to update the data. So here we'll say constant result is equal to db, sorry, await, make this as a async. We'll say db dot update. We need to provide which table you want to update. So in this case we'll say budgets, then value. So here we need to set the value, and then here we'll pass everything. Okay, everything in this is name as name, then amount as amount, then, and the last important thing is the icon as well we need to update. So here we'll say emoji icon, and then that's all, I think. Okay, because we don't want to pass update id or any created at and all. And here we need to write where condition equal sign, make sure to import this equal, and then here we'll say budgets dot id matches with the budget info dot id. Okay, and then here we'll say returning, and if the result is successful, means if I have result, we'll just post the message that budget updated, and then save it. So let's test this out. So right now we have 3500 budget, we'll make it 4000. Let's click update budget, and boom, if you see budget get updated. If I refresh the screen, okay, we have this error. So let's fix that one, because this is important. The question mark, adding question mark is important, so that it will give the option. But if you see the budget get updated, but it's not refreshed immediately, so obviously you need to return as soon as you updated the budget. Here we'll say refresh data, and then we'll pass this into the previous component, which is parent component, and to this edit budget I will just call get budget info and save it. Okay, now let's edit. Here I will make 5000. Let me refresh the screen once. Now click edit. So if you see something is missing, so here if you see, if I click edit, right, the budget name and the icon is not getting updated. So in order to do that, let's add a use effect over here, and in that one we will update the value. So whenever we have the budget information, then we'll set the value. For example, here we'll say set the emoji icon, and then we'll say in budget info dot icon. Let's check this out. So if I click edit, now we have the icon. Okay, if I refresh the screen, so if you see we have this error. So let's add this one, and here we add option that if budget information is available, then only set the emoji icon. Okay, so if I click on this one, see we have the icon. Same thing we will do it for the other one. So here if you, even though if you did not set here, that's completely fine. And now I will set the amount as budget info dot amount, and set name as budget info dot name. Let's save this one and test this out. If I click edit, now we have the information. Now if I change this to 5000 and update it, see immediately here as well is updated. If I change this to, for example, 3000, sorry, and update it, see it's updated. Okay, so that's how you can update immediately. Not only that, obviously you can update this one also. So if I change this house to something like this, and home decor budget will say, and update, see everything get updated immediately. So that's how you can update your current budget information along with the budget amount also. Now in this section, we are going to implement the dashboard screen. So on the dashboard, we're gonna show the user's name. We'll say hi and what are the name of the user. Then we're gonna show the three cards, okay, which will define the total budget with whatever the user added, then how much user spent from that particular budget and number of budget. Then we will learn how to add a bar chart, and also you're gonna learn different bar chart and how to add it inside your React-NextJs application. Then below to the bar chart, we're gonna use the existing component and we'll reuse that component to show the expense list. And on the right hand side, you can show other content. For example, we can also show all the latest budget and the list of that budget. And obviously we will try to use the existing component. So now let's go back to our application. Let's close all of this tab and then go to the dashboard page. So right now, if I go to our application, this is the dashboard, nothing is displaying on the screen. So first thing, let's add a div. Okay, let me do one thing here. We'll add a class name, we'll add a padding of 5, then inside that we'll add a h2 tag, and here we'll say hi, and then we want to give the username. So in order to get the username, you have to write constant. Here we'll say user is equal to use user. As we are using hook, so make this component as use client. Now many our students or viewers have question why I'm using use client at every page and why not using as a server. See, it's up to you how you want to develop your application, right? Most of the things we are implementing on the client side, so that's the reason I make sure it's on the client side. When we want to use some information which I want to fetch from the server side, right, and which is quite independent, then obviously I will use the server page, but it's up to you, it doesn't matter. Okay, now once we have this user information, here we'll simply add user dot full name. Okay, let's save this and you will see, let me refresh the screen once, and you will see the name of the user. Now obviously I will add a font bold, text 3XL, and after this one I want to add these two emoji icon. Okay, so I will add it here and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, so this is how it will look like. Let me increase the size, and after this h2 tag I will add a p tag, and here we'll say here's what happening with your money, let's manage your expense. And this is just kind of headline, see, like this. And obviously here I'm gonna give padding of 8. For this particular paragraph text, I will gonna add text of gray 500, little lighter. Now we want to show the cards, so for that one I'm going to create a component inside this underscore component folder, and we can call it as a cards info.jsx. Now add the default template and make sure here I'm gonna add the card info page, so card info, and save it. Now inside the card info, obviously we need to get the information first in order to display it on the card. So here I'm gonna write constant get budget info. So in order to get the budget info, if you remember, right, inside the budget page we have, okay, let's go to the budget page. Here we have the budget list, and we already know how to fetch the get budget list, right? So I will copy all of this code because we will just use the same logic. So I will copy this code, and then inside the dashboard let's paste it here. Okay, now make sure to import all of these things. Obviously we already have the user, then make sure to import use effect, then we have to import this database, the get table columns as well, along with map with, oh that's already there, let me import the SQL too, and here equal. Okay, I think descending yeah, descending order, that also we need it. And now it will return the budget list for us, and we are setting it inside this set budget list state. Now this information we will pass to the budget list. So here we'll say budget list, we'll say budget list, and inside the card info we'll accept it as a budget list and save it. Now if I go back, here is saying usage is not defined. Let's define that one. And okay, so it's still not defined. Over here we have to define, and I think we are good. We have one error, it's saying the budgets is not defined. So let's define that budgets schema. So here we are using budgets, so make sure to import that one, and expenses as well. And let me refresh this ones, and now we don't have any error. Now inside the card info we have the list of budgets. Now we have to calculate a couple of things. Okay, first thing, let's define the card, and then we'll replace the value with the actual data. Okay, so inside the card, let's define one div over here, and then inside that we'll define h2 tag. Here we'll say total budget, then another h2 tag. Here we'll define actual budget, for example let's say 15,000. Now let me wrap this h2 tag inside one more div like this. Okay, let's save it. Obviously here for h2 tag I will say text small, and for this 1500 I will make class name font bold text to Excel. Let's save this one. Let's see how it looks. See this one. Now obviously for this div I will give class name, we'll say margin top to 7, and for this div, as this is a card div, here we are gonna give a padding of 7. We'll add a border, we'll make rounded LG, we'll make it flex as well, but wait just a second because we want to add the icon over here. So for the total budget we'll add a piggy bank icon. Here I'm gonna get a class name, we'll say background primary. Let's see how it looks. So this is our card, okay, and this is the icon which we are working. Let me bring this side by side so it's little bit easy to code as well. Now we have this piggy bank. Let's add some style to this one. So we'll say padding of 3, height I'm gonna change to 12, width also 12, and we'll make rounded full and text white. Perfect. Now we want this icon on the right hand side, so for this particular div we'll make flex item to be in the center and then justify between, so it will be on the right hand side. Perfect. Next for this particular div, right, because we want 3 more like this, see, and on this if I increase the screen size, right, it's still coming as a stack, so we want in one line. So here simply I'm going to add a grid. Here when the screen size is smaller I will set the grid column 1, and when the screen size is medium we'll say grid column 3. Let's save this one and let's give a gap of 5. Now if I increase the screen size, see this is how it looks, but if I decrease the screen size on this medium screen is 2 is not good. Let's do medium 2. On large screen we'll say grid column 3. Okay, and now try to change the size. Perfect. Now it's look good. Now obviously here I'm gonna change this icon. Here we'll say total spend, and here we'll say number of budget. Now for the total spend I'm gonna add a receipt text as an icon, and over here I'm gonna add wallet icon from the Lucid React. See, it get changed. I think this value obviously is right now is hard coded, but we will change this in a moment. Now if you see right now we have beautiful all the cards. Now let's update this value with the actual value. So here I'm gonna add a constant. We'll say calculate card info, and for now I just want to console the budget list, and here inside the use effect we'll call this particular method and save it. Now if I go back to the inspect panel, go to the console, here you will see the length. Now we have to calculate all the total spending together, and obviously also we want the amount. Right now if you see, this amount is coming as a string, so we have to make sure this will be as a number. So let's go to the schema and just fix that one. So inside the schema where we have this amount, not here actually, let me go to this page, dashboard. Let's go to the dashboard, and here we are fetching, we need to fetch amount as well, so we'll fetch amount as, I'm not sure why it's not showing, but let's do one thing, or we'll convert it into the number when we are calculating. Okay, so right now we have the budget list. Let's ignore everything for now, and here we'll define a constant. We'll say total budget comma set total budget is equal to use step, and for now initially I will put it 0. Now here, in order to calculate the total budget, let's define let total budget underscore, because it's already there, we define. Okay, and this is the just sample one. Okay, here we'll say budget list dot for each, so for each element we'll calculate total budget is equal to total budget plus, and then element dot amount. Now this amount, if you see, is in the form of string, so make sure to convert into a number, so just wrap it like this. And obviously we need to also calculate total spend, so here we say total spend is equal to total spend underscore plus, and it's already number, so we don't need to convert that one. Here we'll just say element dot total spend. Okay, now here we'll just console that one and make sure to define this total spend variable. Here we'll say total budget comma total spend, and I think that's enough. Let's save this one and let's refresh the screen once. So right now we are getting 0 0 because okay, so we have to make sure as soon as we have the data, then only execute the calculate card info, something like this. And we have one error. Let's see what's the issue. So refresh it and let's see. If you see, we have the total budget and the total spend. Perfect. Now in order to hold the total spend, let's define that. So we'll say total spend and set total spend. Okay, now over here we'll say set total budget as a total budget, and then set total spend as total spend. Okay, now simply inside our card, let me bring this one here, we'll say total budget, and here we'll say total spend, not this one, this one, and save it. Now if I go back, let's refresh the screen, and boom, if you see, now we have actual total budget and the total spend amount. Now number of budget is quite simple. We just need to give the length of the budget list. So here we'll say budget list dot length and save it. And if you have, we don't need to give $sign, something like this. If I refresh the screen, this is how it looks, and boom. Now instead of showing this card because it takes some time to load the data, right? You can also show the gradient effect or skeleton effect, right? It's quite easy. So let's do that as well. So here we'll simply add a condition. If budget list is there, then show this div. Otherwise, obviously we need to wrap it in one div. So let's put this inside one div. Here I'll wrap it like this, and then not outside, we want this inside. And here something like this. And now you can define one div, and inside that you can add the skeleton effect. And then over here we'll simply add our empty array. So let's 1 2 and 3 dot map, we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Here I think we need to wrap like this, and inside that we'll simply add a div. Here we'll add class name, height of let's say 160 pixel, width we'll say full, background select 200, animate spin, and then rounded LG. So I think that's enough. Let's save it and let's test this out. I don't know why it's not coming, because maybe we have the budget list, and you can add a condition, for example budget list dot length is greater than 0. Maybe this condition will work, I don't know. And then we are showing this particular div. Obviously for this div you can add the same class and save it. So here make sure to add circular braces, okay, and make sure to add animate pulse instead of spin. And now if I refresh this one, see we got the animated effect. Let's change the height to maybe 110. If I save it, boom, see. So that's how you can add the skeleton effect to your cards. Now next we want to add a bar chart. So in order to add, we want to add only in the 1/3 of this particular section. So let's implement that. So inside the dashboard, so this is our dashboard. Over here I will add a div, and inside for this div we'll add a class name. We'll say grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, but when screen size is medium we'll say grid column 3. Now out of this 3 column we'll say div. Here we'll say class name column span 1, sorry, let's add a 1, not 1 but let's add a 2 over here when the screen size is medium, okay, and 1 for the other content. So here we can show the chart, and here we'll say other content. Let's save this one and go back to our application, and if you see we have the chart column and the other content column. Perfect. For this div I'm going to go add margin top to 6. Perfect. Now the next thing, in order to add a chart we are going to use this read chart. So this is the very powerful library in order to add a chart inside your React application, and it's very easy to use as well. So let's go to this. First obviously we need to install this read chart. So let's go to this site and go to the documentation in order to install the read chart. This is the command line to install this one. So just install this through the command line, and then in order to add a bar chart, go to the API. Here you will see a bunch of different type of chart that you can add it along with their properties. You have area chart, bar chart, line chart, pie chart as well, okay, but obviously we will focus on the bar chart, and this is a simple example. That's how you can add a bar chart inside your application, okay. Obviously you can modify according to your need, but now let's go here and let's start adding the bar chart. So for this one I'm going to create a new component inside the component folder. and here you can call it as a bar chart.jsx. Let's add a default template. Before adding bar chart, I will rename this one, so bar chart dashboard, and then we'll add a default template. Now let's import this bar chart dashboard component. Let's go here. Now to this bar chart dashboard component, we need to send the budget list. So here we'll just say budget list and the budget list, and inside the bar chart dashboard component, let's accept it here as a budget list. Now obviously with the help of this list, we want to display our bar chart. But before this one, we need to add a bar chart. So here we'll say bar chart, and if you see, it's getting added from the recharts. Inside this bar chart, we need to define width and height. So here we'll define the width 500, height I will define 300. The data we need to define, so in this case, is a budget list. Then you can give a margin as well. So we'll say top 5, then right we'll say 5, left 5, and then bottom 5. And obviously if I save this one, let's see on the screen what we are getting display. So just refresh this one, and right now nothing is getting display on the screen. Now here we need to provide the x-axis what we want to display. So we'll say x-axis, see it is importing from the rechart, and to this x-axis we need to provide the data key. So in this case is name. Okay, so we'll define like this name, because on the bottom we want to show the budget name. Y-axis is automatically will get calculated, depends on the value that we'll define in a moment. Then you can show the tooltip as well. I'm gonna tell you what is tooltip. Then here we'll say legend, and then last is bar. So if you see, this bar is importing from the rechart. Now you can define the bar how you want. So here you need to provide the data key. Here we'll say total spend, stack ID I will add like a, and fill in the nothing but the bar color. Here we'll say #4845 D2 and close the tag. Same thing I will copy here, but in this case I will say data key, which is amount. Obviously whatever you are passing to this budget list, that field name I'm giving over here. Only thing that now I'm going to change is color, so C3 C2 FF, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, and boom, if you see how beautiful our bar chart is looking on the screen, where we have the total spend and everything. Now if I hover on this one, this is nothing but the tooltip, okay, which actually showing how much you spend and how much amount or budget it has. Next, once we have that one, let's add a border. So we'll add a class name, we'll say border rounded large. Okay, we can give some padding, so we'll add padding of 5, and let's see how it looks. Perfect. If you don't want to give margin, you can just remove this margin, and that also works. Okay, now obviously if you have more budget, it will display that budget as well. Now for this bar chart here, I'm gonna add h2 tag, and here we'll say activity. Let's add a class name, font bold, text large, something like this, and let's add a margin top 7. Perfect. Okay, so that's how you can add the bar chart inside your application. Now you can change this color, depends on your requirements. So I hope you understand how we easily added the bar chart with the help of rechart library. Now on the right hand side, which is the other content, right, which we want to show, here we can show the budget list. So simply we already have the budget list, we will simply iterate that budget list in this particular section. So let's add budget list dot map. Here we'll say budget comma index and the arrow function. So here we'll add a budget list item, because we already have the budget list item, and to this budget list item we can provide the budget and as a budget, and here we'll add a key as a index. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So if you see, we have the list of budget. So if you see, right, this is not correct, the layout is not properly aligned. So that's because, let's fix this issue. So inside the budget item, if you see, we wrap it inside the link, right? So let's do one thing, let's wrap one div, or maybe we'll add it inside this link and wrap everything like this. Okay, now whatever the style you give this to this link, I will cut from here and we'll simply paste to this div and then save it. Now if you see, everything is working fine. If I go to the budget, nothing get changed. Perfect. Let's go back and now we'll give some margin. So inside the page, for this grid, I'm gonna add a gap of 5. Let's save it and perfect. For this budget item, right here I can give let's add a class name. We'll add a grid and we'll say gap of 3. Let's see how it looks. Let's add 5. Perfect. And now we have the list of all the budgets. Here we can also add h2 tag and we'll simply say latest budget. Okay, let's add a class name. We'll say font bold, text large, and save it. Perfect. And here now you can access the budget list. If I open any of the budget, immediately it will redirect to our expense page where you can add an expense. Okay, because we already have this particular budget item, just we reuse this item inside our this particular dashboard component. So that's how you can add it. Now obviously you can add the expense list over here. Let's give a try and let me know in the comment section if you face any issue. Obviously we will add this one as well. Now it's time to display the expenses list, as we already display this cards, bar content, and the other content which is nothing but the budget list. Now in order to fetch the expenses list, we have to make sure we will fetch all the expenses irrespective of the budget list, but the only thing that particular expenses will come under the given user, whoever user is logged into this dashboard. So inside this dashboard here, I'm going to create a new method and we'll call it as a get all expenses. We'll make this async like this. Now let's define result is equal to await db dot select from. Okay, and here we'll define the budget. Now inside the select, we have to make sure we'll fetch the only data which is belongs to expenses, right? So here we'll say id, we'll fetch expense dot id, then we want name of the expenses, so expenses dot name. Next we want to use amount again, so it will come under expenses dot amount, and created at, so again expenses dot created at. Okay, and we need to connect these two table, budgets and the expenses together. So once we have this from, here we'll say, for example, if you say right join or left join, doesn't matter, we'll say right join, then right join with the expenses table equal, and on which column you want to connect. So in this case we'll say budget dot id comma expenses dot budget id. Okay, then we need to write a condition where equal, and then we need to write a user's email. Depends on the user's email, right? We'll check if the budgets created by is matches with the user's login email. So here we'll say budgets dot created by is user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, also we'll order by this one, so in descending order on expenses dot id, and that's all. Here we'll console the result first and we'll call this method inside the get budget list. Over here we can call it, right? and then save it. We can call it inside the budget list as well, but that's fine. Now if I go back to our application, let's go to this dashboard, open the inspect panel, go to the console and then refresh this data. Now if you see, we have the page at page number 50, which is nothing but this one. We have the result here. We got the 6 expenses. Perfect, right? Now let's save this in one state. So here we'll define constant. Here we'll say expenses list comma set expenses list is equal to use state, and then save it. Now if I come here, we'll set the value of the expenses is result. That's all. Okay, I will give the documentation like use to get all expenses belong to users. Now once we have all the expense list, the only thing we need to do is to add into the existing component. So after this chart dashboard, here I'm gonna add expense list table, and to this expense list table we need to provide the expenses list. So here we provide the expenses list. It also has one more prop called refresh data. So whenever we delete the particular expense, right, we are already implementing this refresh data. So in this case, I will refresh this get budget list, and obviously inside the get budget list we also have the get all expense data, and everything's look good. Let's save it and let's go back to our application. If I scroll down, I don't know whether we have the data or not, but if you see, now we have the data with the expense list information. Obviously let me check why the text is not showing. So if I go to this any of the budget, okay, we have this latest expense, same text I'm gonna give before this one. We can simply add this text over here. Okay, so instead of adding the text, let me bring this down over here, right? We can add it inside the expense list, something like this. Let's save everything. Let's go back inside the dashboard, and boom, we have this latest expenses. If you think we want to give margin, let's give some margin. So for this one we'll add margin top 2 3. Perfect. And now we have this beautiful latest expenses along with all the latest expenses irrespective of whatever you have. Now obviously if you want to delete something, for example if I delete this one, boom, it's get deleted. Not only that, but the budget is get also updated immediately. Okay, so that's how you guys you can add the expenses list as well. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now before moving to the next chapter, let me show you one more important thing. Right now, as we are developing our application completely responsive, but if I go to the inspect panel and if I go to the chart section, if you see this chart is not responsive. Even if I select the budget, this mobile view, see the chart is not responsive as we expected. Okay, the question is how can we make this responsive? So for that one, the React chart also provide one more component. So let's go to our chart component first. So this is our bar chart, right? Let me close all of this tab. If you don't need it, just close that one. And this bar chart we have, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to wrap this bar chart inside the responsive container. See, and this responsive container is importing from the rechart. So let's import that one and wrap your bar chart under this responsive container. Then to this responsive container we'll provide a width. Okay, for example, let's say you can provide a width of 80%. Okay, and then you can provide the height. You can keep the height as you want. For example, I think I give a height of 300. Let's say 300. Now you can remove this width and height from this bar chart and then save it. Now if I refresh it, if you see, nothing get changed, but the magic is here. Now if I refresh this data, let me increase the size. If you see, depends on the size, the bar chart is getting updated immediately. It doesn't matter you are on mobile view or which you see. Okay, so that's how guys you can add the responsiveness to your bar chart. Also, if you observe completely, not only bar chart but our complete layout is getting updated. See, okay, now this expenses, the budget list and everything. So you can also update, depends on your choice. If you face any issue, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, or you can access my source code. The link is in the description. Also, guys, let's visit to tubeguruji.com, and here you can get the exclusive courses along with the source code. You can join it for $7 per month. Now, now here I also implement the expense screen where I am just showing the all the expenses, okay, and which we already defined or implemented inside the dashboard. Same thing I added inside the expense screen. Next thing we want to add the on click event, means on the inside the budget section, right? Once we added the expense name and expense amount, we have to make sure it will be clean. Means this particular text input will be clean. For example, if I add, for example, bath, we'll say $2,000 and add expense. See, now the bath expense name is still there, right? And user again, if you click by mistakenly, is get added, right? That's what we want to avoid it. So what I'm going to do, let's go back to our application, and over here, once user add the new expenses, right, here we'll just set the amount as empty and then set name as empty, okay. But along with that, we have to make sure we'll set the input value as, for example, for this name, we'll set the input value as a name, and for amount we'll set the input value as a amount, okay. So this default value you need to mention. Now save it and let's test this out. So if I refresh the screen, now if I put bath, for example, it's 1000, and I click on add new expense, boom, if you see it's get added. And not only that, but expense name and amount will be clean out. So next time again user need to add, and that's what is expected. Another thing, once we adding the data to the server, right, it takes some time to insert some record. So in that meantime, we have to make sure we will disable this button, and not only that, we will also show some kind of loading. So let's do that. So for that one, I'm going to define one state. We'll call it as a loading, comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially I will make it as a false. Here I will give here some documentation. Here we'll say use to add new expense. Now whenever we add a new expense, right, here we'll simply add the set loading as a true, and once we added the data, we'll set the loading as a false. Not necessary if the result is true or false. Here also I will add the set loading as a false. And now for this button, here I will just define if the loading is true, right? So if the loading is true, then I'm going to add a loader. So here from the Lucid React, I'm going to add loader. Otherwise, just show this add new expense as a text, okay. And for this loader, I'm going to add a class name. Here we'll say animate spin. Oh, like this. Perfect. Let me format this document. Perfect. Okay. So what we did, if the is loading, right, we are showing the loader, and then it will show some kind of loading. Otherwise it will show add new expense as a text, and inside the disable, here I will add or condition with the loading. Now if I go back to our application, just refresh the screen, if you see nothing will get added. Here we'll say, for example, living room, I will spend here $800 and click add new expense. So right now we have error that it's saying loader is not defined. So okay, let's make sure to import this loader from the Lucid React, save it, and then let me delete this one, okay, because I want to again insert this one. So we'll delete, let's add it there and click add new expense, and boom, if you see we have that beautiful spinner dialog, but in the meantime it's get added as well. Okay, so that's how you can manage your data. Also here, if you observe, I added this arrow for a back button. Okay, it's quite easy. Just add this arrow, and then with the help of router.back, you can navigate to the back screen. See. So guys, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. So it's time to deploy our application on the cloud so that you can share your project with your friends and family. So first thing first, we need to deploy or push our all the source code to the GitHub repository, and from there we will connect our GitHub repo with the Vercel where we can deploy our application. So go to the GitHub, and if you don't have an account, create a new account. Here you can create a new repo and you can give the name, for example, let's say expense tracker. You can make it public, private. I will keep it private, and then create repo. Once you create this repo, right here, you can see you can connect this to the remote origin. So make sure to do that. But before that, go to the terminal. Let's clear everything and then initialize the Git. Once you initialize the Git, let's connect with to the remote origin. So I will add use this command. Then you have to add git add space. So it will add all of these files. Then you can add git commit -m, and here you can write commit message. Here you will say initial commit. You can write any message, and if you see now all the changes are now committed. Now only thing you can do is to push. Now you are pushing for a first time. So in order to push for first time, you have to push it to the origin main. So I will use this command, and boom, now your all the code is pushed to the GitHub repo. Okay, except the .env.local file. If you see, we don't have that file, correct? Now next thing you need to do is to go to the Vercel, and if you don't have an account, create a new account to the vercel.com. Once you create the account, you will see the dashboard like this. Here you have option to create a new project. So click on that one. Now inside this git repo, right here, you might get option to connect with the other provider. Like you can connect with the GitLab, you can connect with the Bitbucket. Now I connected with the GitHub, and you will see my project name along with that. Just now I push, right? Then click import. Here you can give the whatever project name you want. I will say expense tracker TubeGuruji. Then you can add the some variable if you want. Now don't touch any of this setting, because obviously Vercel will auto detect that this is the Next.js project, and depends on that one it will set all the variables and all. Then inside the environment variable, here you need to paste all the environment key variables which you have. So inside the .env.local file, copy everything as it is, and then just paste it here, and automatically it will detect each key and their corresponding value. Okay, and now just you need to deploy this one. So let's say deploy, and then it will take a couple of minutes to deploy your application. Now it's getting built, then it will deploy the summary, and then it will add a custom domain. So we'll wait. I will pause the video over here, and boom, our application is now deployed and it's live on the given domain. If I click on this preview, you will see this particular domain, which is expense-tracker.tubeguruji.vercel.app, and here you will see the landing page of our application. Now here, if I go to this get started, okay, and try to log in with my any of the account, continue, and obviously I redirect to this one. But if I go to the dashboard, and boom, everything as it is, all the data and everything will be there. If I go to the budget, here I can obviously create new budget, and here you will see all this information. So obviously you don't need to do anything from here, and everything is set up now. Now here, one more important thing I want to inform you, that currently the clerk, inside the clerk, if you go to the dashboard, this is inside the development mode, right? And for development mode, you can only sign in up to 500 user. Now if you want to go to the production mode, you can change this, and you can create a production instance, okay, and you can clone the development instance as it is. Click continue. Here you can add the application domain before going to the deployment. Now you cannot use this existing Vercel domain, right? You need to have some specific or your own domain, so that you need to add it here, and then you need to add if I go to the organization and user authentication over here. If you see right now, it's a share credential, but you can add your own custom credential by providing client ID and client secret key. Okay, and this direct URL you need to add inside the Google Cloud service. From there you will get all of this client ID and client secret key as well. So that's how you can add your own credential, and then you can deploy it to the production mode, or you can change to the production mode. Okay, so this is very important. But rather than this, everything is now live and you can ready to use this application. So guys, let me know how you like this video or not, and if you really like this project, let me know in the comment section. Share this video with your friends and family and let them tell that okay, this is the one of the best application you will find on the internet, and you can start learning this beautiful application. Send me the message on the Instagram about how and what project you are building with the help of the TubeGuruji project channel. Okay, so guys, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. If you still did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, like this video, press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update from the TubeGuruji. So see you in the next video.